Welcome to Emancipated Studio. Welcome my uncle, Uncle Stu, the old man on the block.
Salute, 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 and a pleasant and blessed good morning and good evening and good afternoon based on what time zone you are in. Tonight is going to be real serious. We have a lot of things that we need to talk about. So let's get the real housekeeping out the way. Let's hit that like button. Let's hit that subscribe if you are not subscribed. And let's get ready to get into this. Tonight, we're going to talk about some topics and some issues that has been going on. And tonight, we're going to address some of those topics. We're going to address some of those issues. And then I am going to be more than happy to drop the link. And so I'm going to let you know that some of the issues I'm going to talk about are things that I didn't think I needed to address, things I didn't think I needed to answer for, things that I didn't feel as grown adults we had to deal with. But it appears that it is some things that we have to deal with. Looks like there's some areas that we need to talk about. Look like there's some content creators we need to speak on. So let us begin. I'm going to tell you, let me just first of all recognize my people. Jedi Mike, salute. Sophia Shafi, salute. To my moderator, Vaughn, salute. Matt Tender, I read your message. Yes, sir. We're going to try to do the best we can to settle some of these issues. Salute, salute, JKS. Salute, salute, Holloway. I thank you for staying up, Holloway. Appreciate you. Nothing but love for you. Nothing but love for you. See, who else I may have missed? Wally, salute. And of course, before the billion, salute. American Negro, salute. Salute, salute, salute. And of course, the first person in the house was Trash Can Waves. I would advise you to get a pen and piece of paper because some of the things we're going to talk about, I would rather you have some notes about. I salute those that might be listening all the way in China. Salute those listening in Great Britain. Salute those that are listening in Canada. Salute those that are listening in Mexico. I told you that this platform was international. And God surely showed up and showed out and let me know that I am talking to an international market. Let us deal with the first topic. Let me speak to my moderators. Moderators, when I have any of my non-nephews and nieces, let them do what they want to do. No need to time them out. We ain't scared to have the tough conversation over here. Let the enemies hate and let the players hate. Let them hate. It is okay. It is going to be okay. Because no weapon formed against this platform and against my nieces and nephews will prosper. God showed up and showed out today. So I'm here to tell you, it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. I know that my name got put out there. It's going to be all right. Let them do what they want to do. Because over here, we got results. Over here, we got solutions. Over here, we're grown adults handling grown adult situations and we're handling grown adult business. Let the children play in the sandbox and let the grown folk build a community. That's what we do. We don't cry about it. We be about it and we lead about it. So let the games begin. Now, let us deal with some issues at hand. Let me first of all, with all boldness, give a shout out to O'Shea Du Jackson. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, sir. And thank you for showing the love, for showing the care, for showing the motivation that an old man needed. Thank you. Let me give a shout out to Obsidian Media Network. Appreciate your time, your knowledge, your wisdom, your understanding, and the ability for you to come and have an intellectual conversation. Thank you, Obsidian. Now, the first issue I want to address is that when I originally started this platform, I wanted to and continue to say that my platform was about empowering men while trying to get the women to understand the men they say they want to love and be with. I meant that. And I'm going to continue with that mission. The mission of strengthening men, developing men, empowering men to be the man they want to be by any means necessary. I also said that I will have those tough conversations and that I am boldly willing to allow people on this platform to speak so that we can have a conversation. And if you look at my timeline, if you look at any of my works, I have done just that. I have had a platform where I had nothing but women. I've had a platform with a mixture of men and women. I have had the tough conversations with women with never kicking them off my platform. I had tough conversations with women without belittling them. I had tough conversations without degrading them. I've had the tough conversations where I didn't allow people in my chat to attack them. And so I have done the best that I could do. I said for a while, I wanted to be recognized as an individual, not a loner, just an individual. I wanted you to judge me on me. I wanted you to judge me on my character. I wanted you to judge me on the work that I do. With that being said, let me address the issues that I have seen. No matter what I have done, I am continually having to answer for men in the YouTube streets. I am continually to have to answer, love you, my niece. I am continually have to answer as if I am somehow the YouTube police. Somehow I'm supposed to run around and answer for every single black man that got a platform. Somehow unless I agree with a woman, unless I cowtail, then somehow I'm this evil black man. It didn't matter that I got my oldest daughter on this platform and we talked about our relationship. It didn't matter to you. It didn't matter that I was still on this platform putting out things and having lives after my son died. It didn't matter to you. It didn't matter that no matter what platform I've been on and went on, I never degraded you. It didn't matter what I did. All that mattered to you, some of you, not all, it's not all, but what mattered to some of you was that I condemn Kevin Samuels and I condemn the manosphere. And I said to you on one of my videos, because of something that happened, I said, I'm backing away from the manosphere. Yet, I said, I defend the manosphere's right to speak and to be in existence. But that didn't matter to you. So, no matter what I did, no matter how I did it, every time I wanted to have the tough conversation, I had to be a slave and answer to whether or not I'm in the manosphere, to whether or not I hear Kevin Samuels. As if I, as a 54-year-old black man, don't have my own intelligence. Wow. Then I had to be the content creator and YouTube police over my mentor. Here's the sad part about this whole conversation. If you look at a lot of content on this YouTube street, you look at certain platforms, they was built on the back of Kevin Samuels' name. You will see them say, at Kevin Samuels, at Kevin Samuels, at Kevin Samuels. You right, Courtney. You right. And a lot of people, whether you love Kevin Samuels or hate Kevin Samuels, the fact of the matter is a lot of people's eating off of the back and the sweat and the tears of that man's name. People will put at Kevin Samuels and take his thoughts, his views, his opinions, repackage it, show some woman, and guess what? They're getting many thousands of views and they getting all their subscribers, etc., etc., etc. I'm not condemning how a man eat, but let's keep it real. You got content creators that'll sit around here and use his name and say they hate him. And guess what? As long as they hate him, they're eating too. So it doesn't matter if you like Kevin Samuels or hate Kevin Samuels. The fact that you're using that man's name, people's making money. People's making money. So let's stop playing games. It don't matter. But guess what? You don't see me doing that. The first time we ever used Kevin Samuels' name was because of Obsidian, who was on my platform, and because somebody else kept bringing his name into the conversation. Somebody else wanted to keep bringing his name into the conversation. So let's talk about it. Let's get real. A lot of people hate Kevin Samuels. Let's see. We hate Kevin Samuels because of the way he talks to black women. This is what the argument is. We don't like his tone. We don't like that he degrades black women. So I like to ask all the women in the question on my panel tonight and those that's listening to me tonight, I like to know why we supported Maury Povich from 1991 to 1998, who also degraded Black women and made millions of dollars on his name, degrading Black women. So from 1991 to 1998, Maury Povich came on 5 days a week. Let's calculate. He was on for 7 years. He had at least 20 shows a month. That comes out to $220. 220 shows per year. That means there was 1,540 shows in total. That's just one man. One man made a fool of the Black community. Made a fool of the Black community. How about we talk about Jerry Springer, who went to the worst part of the Black community, and let's see, from September 30th, 1991, all the way to July 26, 2018, 5,940 shows. 5,940 shows. He ain't never showed the Black community in a good light. He made lots of money showing the worst of the Black community. And Black people said nothing. No cancellation, no protests, no nothing. I looked at the numbers and I challenged my engineers to tell me if my numbers is off. According to my numbers, Kevin Samuels didn't get famous until at least 1 year, 2 months ago. 1 year, 2 months ago, although he's been on YouTube longer than that. But 1 year, 2 months ago. So that means that Kevin Samuels only made 300 videos. He's only been there 300 times. And guess what? That is nothing mathematically compared to two men, one from Europe and one from America. And we said nothing. Isn't this hypocrisy? Isn't this hypocrisy? So let's continue. Kevin Samuels said, since women said his tone was off, Kevin Samuels opened up his platform to women. And the question that he asked women is, what can he do better? What can he do better? And you know what? It's probably the lowest views he has had since he started dealing with women last year. Let's continue. Kevin Samuels then turned around and did one of the most powerful interviews since his video Average at Best. He went up against a woman that even he crucified, and they spoke very badly about all throughout the manosphere and his YouTube streets. And on that interview, he conducted himself with respect, with honor. He did not degrade her. He did not belittle her. He treated her like an adult, spoke to her like an adult. He gave you exactly what you asked for. And for you women that don't understand, the manosphere, certain groups, was angry with Kevin Samuels. They was angry with Kevin Samuels because he didn't cuss her out, because he didn't degrade her. He had an intellectual interview, a conversation. And even in that, he couldn't even get his credit for doing that. Even he couldn't get credit for doing that. So with that being said, it doesn't matter if I like him or not. Because if you're destined to hate somebody, you're going to hate him. If you're destined to hate him, you're going to hate him. So there's no speech or lecture or intellectual thoughts that I can give you that's going to make you love him. Let me preference that for your personal life. A lot of you women can't find a man because you're so busy focused on the 10% that you lose out on 100%. Let me explain. No matter how good I am, no matter how many good men I show on this platform, no matter how many times over and over and over and over again I presented you 26-year-olds, 28-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, good black men, you are determined to only talk about 10%. When I was in the dating world, it was sad that women would rather talk to me about the 10% man than to see the 100% man standing before them. What's the 10% man? He only gave you 10% of his money, gave you 10% of his time, and paid you 90%. No mind. You rather concentrate on 10% than to look at the 100% man. You rather concentrate on trying to find a man that's going to condemn Kevin Samuels than to do the one smart thing. If you don't like Kevin Samuels, don't watch him. When I watch cable or any of the news, if I don't like a particular news program, I just don't watch it. I don't spend my energy talking about Fox News if I don't watch Fox News. I don't spend my energy talking about MSNBC if I don't watch MSNBC. I don't spend my energy in places that I don't have anything to do with. But here's the thing. The sad part is I preference this conversation by saying I thought when I came on this platform and I looked at my analytics, it said I was talking to 50, 40, and 30-year-olds. Let me say that again. I thought I was talking to 50, 40, and 30-year-olds, which means that I'm talking to a higher level of adults. But here's the problem. Now I'm taught by these same 50, 40, and 30-year-olds that says, if I like Kevin Samuels, they're going to unsubscribe from me. They no longer want to talk to me. And somehow I become the worst black man in America. But if I gave you that same preference, you would say, I hate you. If I said, black men, any woman that ever listened at least to one Oprah Winfrey show, cut off. If you've listened to any woman that degraded a black man one time, cut off. never asking, not one time, have you, Uncle Stu, what do you think? How do you feel, Uncle Stu, about Black women? How do you feel, Uncle Stu, about single mothers? How do you feel, Uncle Stu, about women that wears extensions in their hair? How do you feel, Uncle Stu, about a particular subject? How do you feel, Uncle Stu, about this book? How do you think, Uncle Stu, about some of the issues? No, you preference my life on someone else. You literally said, you're a manosphere because you're a Black man. Not Uncle Stu. You didn't preference my life on Uncle Stu. You preference me on being Black, and you put me in a category that no matter what I have done and what I continue to do, I never get the honest question as to, Uncle Stu, can we talk to you about what you think? Can we ask you how you feel? Can we ask you why you think the way you think? No. How do I know? It's real simple. People ask me why I didn't condemn a particular content creator. I want everybody to understand that I'm an intellectual, which means I do my research. It means I'm not going to always give a comment on something that I don't have a full context about. I learned in college. I learned in theology school. You don't take a sentence and make a whole freaking video and write a whole paper on a sentence. You have to read the whole chapter in order to get the understanding of what maybe that sentence means. This is the higher learning that I was given. So what was the preference? A content creator made the statement that Black women hate themselves when it comes to their hair, when it comes to their weaves. And I was told that I had to be the YouTube police and check this content creator. That's not my job. It is not my job to be the YouTube police. Any more than it's your job that if some woman says something, I'm supposed to make you go over there and check her? Really? That's how belittling you feel I am, that I'm a boy. It doesn't matter that I raised daughters. It doesn't matter that I not only raised daughters, but 3 of my daughters are married. I've shown the results, but that didn't matter. What mattered is I go over and take my platform and write videos and go after every man because you was offended. Instead of you asking that man why he felt the way he felt, you wanted to belittle me. So let me answer Ms. Holloway's answer. Ms. Holloway, I'm one man. And Ms. Holloway, every Black man got a right to say what he think and what he feels. So I got men in the chat. And I'm going to get real bold. Ms. Holloway, I purposed Courtney Michelle in this chat. I purposed my oldest daughter is in this chat. And I purposed Brown Eyes that's in this chat. So let me help you. Let me take Courtney Michelle out of it for the moment. My daughter is in this chat. My wife is in this chat. I don't like extensions either. Let me help you. Not only do I not like extensions, I pay for everything but her hair. I don't like it either. And let me also preference this. Not only do I not like it, there's a whole lot of black men that don't like it. So if black men are saying, hey, babe, I like what God gave you. I like your hair. I like it natural. And if you say, well, I got to have the hair, and the man you want to love say, baby, I love you just the way you are. What are you saying to the man that you want to love and that want to love you in all your goodness? You telling him somebody else says that you need to wear the hair. I'm trying to speak to you out of love. A man is telling you, girl, I love the brown eyes that God gave you. Why are you making them blue? The black man is telling you, baby, I love your natural hair. Why are you putting extra clothes on? He's telling you he loved his black woman, but you rather preference yourself to look more Eurocentric, and then you blame him. Who's telling you to put them things in your hair? Who's telling you to make your hair yellow and blue and orange? Who's telling you this? It can't be us, because I had brown eyes, talked to 7 black men, 50-year-old, 40-year-old, 30-year-old, 20-year-old. So when you tell me we don't love you, and we're telling you we love the complexion that God gave you. Let me take a little quote from Courtney Michelle. Some of us love the red bone. Some of us like it thick, dark, and chocolate. Some of us like a little coffee in our milk. You know, little coffee. Every man got their own preferences. You know, I don't got jokes now. But we telling you we love you as you are, as you was created by God. And what do you want to do? Change your looks in order to appease who? Who are you appeasing? We telling you we love you the way you are. And the moment a content creator says you must hate yourself because of the black man loves you as God created you, you're saying I must hate myself because I gotta go look like a white woman. I in the words of Tough Love, I know I'm about to piss somebody off. Do I understand that if you said to me, Uncle Stu, we got to wear our hair this way because we got to work in corporate America, then we might understand. If you say, Uncle Stu, we got to wear the tracks in our hair because our natural doesn't allow us to get promoted, then black men may be able to understand. But if you sit up there and tell me because I say to you, I want my all natural woman, that somehow I hate you, I think you got to make it make sense to me. I'm 54 years old. You got to make it make sense to me. Please. I love you. My brothers love you. Let me say this one more time. I'm married to a black woman. I raised black children. I got content creators that love their black wives and want to educate black men to be better men, but also want to educate you. On my community tab, I heard a conversation today. Courtney Michelle did a program. And when I listened to the whole thing, because see, I don't just take something that one person say. I sat back and I really listened to the clip, and it is on my community tab. And you know what was sad? I kept hearing the same echoing themes. We don't see any good black men. We don't see any good black men. Every black man in the manosphere don't allow black women to have the conversation. Black men in the manosphere is always raising up the dusties and the busties. The black man this and the black man that. Ladies, can I say something to you? And I asked Courtney Michelle just to come and hear this. I'm not going to call out Courtney Michelle because she's doing the work. My question to you ladies is, I have the platform. Why are you not telling everybody on these YouTube streets? Why are you not telling everybody on these YouTube streets? There's an uncle on these YouTube streets that is giving black women an opportunity to speak their minds. That there is a content creator by the name of Uncle Stu that has even given up his whole platform to women to speak and have a voice. There is a black man that is actually doing the work and presenting us black women with good black men. Why aren't you speaking those words? Why? Why ain't you out there saying, hey, sister, I know that a lot of men in the manosphere is this way, but we found a black man in the manosphere that loves black women, that is trying to promote healthy relationships, that is trying to promote healthy minds, that is actually promoting healthy black men. Why aren't we supporting him? No, you rather look at and concentrate on the 10%. That's what hurt me when I saw Courtney Michelle's conversation. That's what hurt me when I saw Courtney Michelle's conversation. That no one could have got on Courtney Michelle's platform and said, hey, we got a content creator. He's a black man in the manosphere that is doing exactly what you say you want. I don't get it. Let me make it even. We as black men say we want a certain type of a woman. Now, some of y'all want some women that don't exist. I'm going to deal with that at another time. But you say you want a certain type of a woman. You say you want to kind of act a certain kind of way. You say you want her to be something. And the moment this woman appears, I got black women in her comments calling her a mammy, a pick-me, calling her the worst names in the book. Wow. A black woman that went to a HBCU, a historically black college. A black woman who is the ride or die for the black community, the ride or die for the black man. And we call her out every name in the book. Wow. Wow. I want y'all to know that I love y'all. I want y'all to know that I'm here to love you. I want y'all to know that I love my black brothers just as much as I love my black sisters. I ride these YouTube streets to support my content creators, whether you small or big. You welcome, Courtney. You welcome. Keep doing what you're doing. Proud of your 4K. Keep putting in the work. They need to hear your voice. I support you and love you. I want black brothers to know. Let's continue to do the work, brothers. I'm going to support my 90% of the black men that's doing the right thing. We're going to make this work, men. We're going to make this work, man. Whether women love us or not, I told you, we got to just keep doing the work. And I'm not giving up to do the work. But I'm asking black women, I'm giving you what I believe you said you wanted. I need your support. I need you to echo just as much about what Uncle Stu was doing on his platform as loud as you've been screaming about Kevin Samuels and the Black Manosphere, because here's a black man that's doing exactly what you asked for. Now, only by your actions can you prove this is really what you want. Only by your actions. Because I have some strong black men that's been talking to me in the back scenes, and they ready to really push this ball forward. But we can't do this by ourselves. You say you want to fix the black community? I'm trying. I'm trying. But I need your help. I'm showing you the black men. I don't have no 304 written on any one of my videos. I don't call you out your name. I don't do none of that stuff. But all I ask you is help me, help you to help the community. We need to get into a place where we're supporting the work, loving the work, loving the strength. I know I can't please everybody. I can't. I'll probably lose subscribers. I get it. But if you're ready to put in the work, I don't care if you're a married woman. I don't care if you're a single woman. Everybody needs everybody. Everybody needs everybody. Let us take the good. Let me tell y'all what I learned about leadership. Here's what I learned about leadership being in the military. You can learn from the good ones and the bad ones. You can learn from both. You can learn from good marriages and bad marriages. You can learn from good content creators. And guess what? You can learn something from the bad ones. You can learn today to take what is good and throw away what is bad and still be good. Let me give you a little science project. When we go to the bathroom, our waste is used as manure. Manure is bad. But when that manure breaks down, it becomes fertilizer, and then we see plants and flowers and everything grow. Sometimes what is the worst in us can become our fertilizer for our future. Do y'all realize that? You can go and search my life and find everything bad, but that was my L, but my L became my lesson. And that's why I can show you love and compassion and understanding that many cannot. You said you don't want a man to talk wrong and bad and belittle. You said you didn't understand people in the manosphere. And I'm going out and I'm getting you these content creators to sit down and have an intellectual conversation. But when they speak, they don't speak for everybody. They speak for their platform. But I'm putting in the work. I'm putting in the work. Help me help you. Help me help you. I think I've talked long enough. I love y'all. I'm going to drop the link and I'm going to let you speak to me. I'm dropping the link. And where is it? Where is it? Lucchese, I just want you to know, salute, salute. Lucchese, the book came in. So I got the book and I've been watching the video and I'm going to try to put that whole package together. Maybe I got to do it like 1 week at a time to really get it. Thank you, Talk Hell. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to hear from the people. I'm trying to hear from the people. So if you want to come up, I've dropped the link in the chat. And I just want to hear from you. What is something you like? What is something you don't like that I said? Let me know. Salute, salute.
Hello, how are you? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm well. I'm very well. How are you?
Well, we're gonna see what happens after this live stream.
If I can say this, don't say you're trying. Do you know what you're doing?
What
You're
am
doing it. You're not trying. You're
I?
doing it. It has to start somewhere, and you're starting for the people who don't, if they're not aware of what you're doing, then they're learning today. We can pick each other up and carry each other if we dare do that.
Right. Yeah. That was the purpose. That was
And
the
like
purpose.
I And like I said in the chat, I do own two Black Men Are Perfect shirts from O'Shea Du Jackson's website. Because here's the thing. Sometimes when you say it, you got to do it. Black men are, what I'm saying, they hear all that yeah, 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 all the time. There's always something to what I'm saying, to keep them down, even though they're up, even if there's up. Sometimes even a brother, I hate to say it, but sometimes even a brother will knock another brother down. And it's for us to stop that right now. I can't
Right.
talk about the past. I want us to go forward.
Right.
I'm 50 years old. My kids are 23 and 29, very
Mm,
beautiful girls, but you know, they reflect themselves off of what their mama fed them,
right.
you know. So we got to do this together.
Right. You're absolutely right. I mean, I'm not going to get on a platform and condemn. I'm just not going to do that. I don't have the energy to condemn black men. I mean, doggone, can't we do better?
Uncle Stu realized that God made only one you, and it's for other people to listen and vibe off of what saying you're transmitting. You're doing your part, but sometimes we miscommunicate, and our saying this vibe go past that person and stuff like that. we got to connect and get ourselves better. I'll tell any black woman, I'll tell any black man, if that person isn't for you, the Lord is going to guide you away from that person. And you got to think, what I'm saying, to where you got to accept yourself as better, but you have to be better in order to accept better.
Right. Right.
I love you for pulling out Maury and Jerry Springer for the simple fact they capitalize off of a lot of you are not the father down in people and stuff. And I was like, how can these people go on these shows and put
Mhm.
money line their pockets by talking and saying acting and shucking and jiving off of that? That's not how we do it.
Here's the funny part. They were paying people to act like fools. Women are calling Kevin Samuels. They're calling him. You're calling to get advice, and then when he gives you the advice, you cuss him out from head to toe. That's like me calling you and say, "How do you make tea?" You tell me how to make tea, and then I cuss you out because you didn't give me the instructions. I wanted you to give it to me. I, I make it make sense.
Uncle Stu, again, there's only one you, there's one Kevin Samuel. People are attacking you. People are pulling, saying they have folks in everybody YouTube, saying chat, and their job is to break you down. If you
Hmm.
look back in history, look at everything. I can't speak about white people because I'm not white or
Right.
this and that, but as a black person, look at everything that a black man has been through and look at how much they, saying raised themselves up. They raised themselves up,
Right.
so acknowledge that.
Right.
Acknowledge that. And a lot of men, if your spirit is broken, because as a black woman, I've been there before.
Hmm.
If somebody, even if it's me, wag their finger and degrade you or belittle you, it's time to, saying, move, keep it moving. It's time to
Right.
keep it moving. God didn't make us to, some point that our fingers tell you this and that, have you doing this and that. The way that the Lord made it is you lead, I follow. That's simple as that. Not, saying how much did you make or when you coming home. You lead, I follow. How hard is that to comprehend?
Right. You're right.
Now you make that make sense, Uncle Stu, because it's easy. It was
Right.
really hard. It was really hard for me because my father was a Muslim minister, and there was no room for mistakes. We were only told one time. And I
Hmm.
know that I was born here, but I was taken out the country and then I came back. And so I was taught, you are bred to do this, you are bred to do that. I didn't mean it as any harm, but I couldn't even talk to my counterparts using those words. And I'm like, well, I never called you a cow or a sheep. You got to get that out your head. What I'm saying is that they lead and we follow. That's not hard to understand. But if it's for society to make you, to make it seem like Sophia calling you a cow or a sheep or a dog or something like that, that's not what I mean when I say breed. But of course, it's gonna go right past some people because some people ain't gonna never understand.
Yeah. And based on what you said, I presume that your father was in the Nation of Islam.
Yes, sir.
Assalamu
Yes, sir.
alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. So he
Walaikum salam, brother.
so he came up under if you're 50, so that means he came up under the Elijah Muhammad. The
Best
Muhammad.
friend. I've sat on his floor before. If my
Oh,
father was still alive, no offense to everybody. If my father was still alive, I would not be on this platform because we were raised to conduct ourselves a certain way.
I know.
I learned from him. I was guided from him, from the brothers. We were our own military.
Yeah.
It is, and it's not stern. It's not hard. You
Mm.
have to accept it. Say men if you want women, women if you want men. It's not hard, but you're gonna be, if you're a good man, you're gonna be hidden. If the women around you are trash, the good women are gonna be hidden around young men, and it's not for me to say. Uncle Sue, forgive me, but as an older woman, I'm going to tell you, young man, get yourself together and see how many women just blossom around you. If you're looking for a good black woman, be a good black man and see what happens. If you're looking for a good black man, be a good black woman and see what happens.
Hmm. And I take away one of the things that I'm doing is that I am showing people, especially in February, all kinds of married couples. Ones who just got married, one who has been married, the 30-year-olds, the 40-year-olds, the 50-year-olds of all age grades, of all backgrounds. So that way you can pick and choose the good and the bad. I am Uncle Stu. You don't have a father, I'll be your father. You don't have an uncle, I'll be the uncle. You don't have a good man, I'll be the good man. I feel it's time to take away all of the excuses. You say you don't know what love is. I don't need to get in between any woman's pants. I'll give you the love right here.
We
You say,
appreciate you, Uncle Stu. We really appreciate you because
yeah,
that's not heard. It's something with this world for us as black women not to appreciate a black man, to see them as like, oh well, he hate me because absorb what the love that he's showing you. Maybe you all can rise up together, but don't always, listen sometimes and feel his pain and then rise up together. That's
exactly.
and Uncle Stu, you are, like I said, it's just one you. So it's for you to lead this path. And if a person is worthy, they will follow.
Well, thank you.
I said on the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's floor, Muhammad Ali and my dad were friends. They would try to box each other. Of course, my dad lost. But
Yeah.
this is things that I saw lying down on my stomach. I've never picked up a Holy Quran because
Mhm.
my father taught me. The only time I did pick up that book was to see Jalila, and that was the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's daughter.
Right.
So that was the only time that I touch it. But there's certain things, and I'm well with that. I know my role. I'm
Right.
well with that. So if you say something the way the world is, in order for them to see blissful, say a blissful journey, if they
Hmm.
listen to you, see what they gain from that. I challenge everybody, listen to you, not this person, not that person. If you're spewing out positivity, then listen to you. And I challenge everybody to absorb positivity and see if they can reap the benefits that come from that.
And I've even said, and I've done it. If you hear something on another platform and you're confused by it, come to me and ask me. Let's talk about it. Let me get the context of how a person said it, because you may have misinterpreted, or men talk different when we talk to each other. Barbershop talk is not the beauty shop talk. So give me the opportunity to interpret. Give me the opportunity to explain. If you don't give me the opportunity, don't put me all in the same box. Me and Vaughn talk all the time. There are some things Vaughn don't agree with. Doesn't mean I'm gonna stop talking to Vaughn. No. Talk to us. Talk to me. I ain't getting you drunk and throwing you off of platforms. I'm not kicking women. I had a woman who totally went left. Y'all can see the video. Then she went on another platform, her platform, while my live was still going on, recording it.
Wow.
I'm not
I
gonna
did.
write a I'm not gonna write a reactionary video to her or any of her subscribers. Do you? If that's the energy you pushing, do you? I'm about solutions and I'm gonna show results. If you mad because I got Kevin Samuels on my platform or that, I got him because I want to have a conversation. I don't want. I put it like this: if you don't like something Obsidian had to say, ask the question. Get the book. Get the research. Let's ask the question. But all this yelling, cussing, fussing, find out why people think the way they think. Have the conversation. But hey, I'm going to have the conversation with many people, white people, black people. I got a woman that's in Great Britain that I'm getting ready to have a conversation with. I got some people that live in Canada I'm getting ready to have some conversation with. I got a woman coming on my platform tomorrow. Who? This woman I was listening to before there was even a Manosphere or Kevin Samuels. Wait till you hear her backstory. Wait till you hear her backstory and what she went through and where she is today. I had a woman on this platform that she got into it with one of my moderators. Guess what? She coming back on the platform because she see there's love and there's peace here. I don't have all that chaos and confusion. And I won't have it. I won't let a woman get cussed out on my platform. I will protect you. But we also got to be genuine. We got to be honest. And we got to get out there and we got to echo that. So when we on other people's platform, they say, well, we don't hear this. You can say, whoa. We did find a platform. We did find a platform. We do know a man. You know, if you go back, Matt from Tinder is absolutely right. If you go back on my platform, you'll see I had Crimson on my show when I only had maybe 300-400 subscribers. She actually gave me 30 minutes of her time. And we had an awesome conversation. So I welcome any religion. I'm open. I'm open. But you got to give me the chance.
Uncle Stu, rise up and rise on.
Amen.
Young people, please, I'm fixing to drop down. Come up. Let us hear you. If there's a problem, older people, if there's a problem, let us know. Miscommunication is a bad thing, but talk to us and we'll talk back. I love you, Uncle Stu. I love your chat.
Love
I
you
love the people who you
too.
bring up on your panel. You stay you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. First of all, let me say thank you for coming, Miss Holloway. I want everybody to give her love because she was up early this morning and she told me if she was able to stay awake, she would be here tonight. So I just want to give you the honor that you stayed awake long enough to hear Uncle Stu talk for about an hour, which anybody that's usually on this platform know I don't usually talk for about a straight hour. So I just want to salute you that you stayed and had the conversation.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
First, I would like to express that you cannot hear my tone when I'm typing. You cannot hear, where I'm coming from. You could just read words. And if you have a pre-notion about women, sometimes you would think that I'm coming across a certain kind of way. And that's not the case. I'm just calling things out as I see it when I hear it.
Right.
Not necessarily that I have a vindictive attitude or I'm just mean or, I want to just say this. First of all, you are very calm. You are very calm, collective, cool. This is my first time on your show. This is my first time watching your show. And
Wow.
I can tell that your demeanor is really, really laid back. And that's what we need in the community because I'm not going to go there. But that's what
No. Don't hold back. You're free. Speak how you want to speak. I'm not going to beat you up.
I really don't want to waste my energy. I don't. And to be honest with you, I've already told Matt in the chat that I really don't. What I've said it. And it will always stand. Now I want to just commend you because again, you do seem like a passionate person, compassionate person, someone that is really sincere about educating people and uplifting people as well. And I do want to say one thing about Kevin Samuels. Um, and when it pertains to you, first of all, I don't think that you should have to be the one to condemn everybody. But I was taught it's about the company that you keep. I'm just saying that. But I will say this: the Bible talks about, and I read from the King James Bible. The Bible talks about that your light can shine around other people. So sometimes you don't necessarily have to say anything. Now, if someone says to you that you should say something, that's one thing. But if someone commands you to say something, that's a whole nother ballgame. Now, if someone's commanding you to say something, then they're wrong because you're your own person. You know what I'm saying? You make your own decisions. Now, if they're saying you should and you're not listening, they shouldn't then in turn get upset because you're not listening to them. That's their suggestion. And in your mind, you're thinking, I'm going to continue being me, and I'm going to continue showing him my example on how I am. And that sometimes scriptures like that, where it says, even to women, let your I don't, I'm paraphrasing, I don't know what I'm saying. It's talking about let your light shine and your meekness and and they will see Christ in you. So it's not, you don't always have to. So when I say the things I say about Kevin, it is not to condemn him to hell. Okay, that's not the point. It's never the point. I actually corrected something that I wrote something on just Kaya's channel, and I said, to be honest with you, we all need to be praying for him. But that's just me. So another thing that I wanted to discuss, and dang it. What I said. I said that I wouldn't date someone that watches Kevin Samuel, and I know that got under your skin. Let me.
No. Remember, we corrected that this morning. But for the audience to understand that, say what you said, and then I'll explain it in a different way. I do want the audience to hear what you said so that it can be understood correctly. Go for it.
No problem. Thank you. See, I love your attitude. I love it. I mean, this is the dialect I would want in someone that I'm with, because we should be able to talk back and forth like this, and we shouldn't be contentious to each other. And just, I love this. This is amazing. So with that being said, when I said I wouldn't date someone that watches Kevin Samuel, what I mean is I watch him. So I'm not saying just vaguely watch him. I watch him to see what he says, and I also watch what he says wrong, to see what he says wrong too. What I mean by that is I need a man that has spiritual discernment, that when he watches him, he can tell the difference between BS and the truth. Now, that's what I mean by that. There are a lot of men, however, that watch his channel. And again, I really don't want to talk about him that much, but I'm explaining what I said earlier. There are a lot of men that watch his channel that just take everything he says, including when he tells young men to go out there and bust a nut. And I'm just restating. I'm just restating what he said. Though I can't find the video, but I remember I was driving somewhere to go get me some Spanish bread, and I will never forget him telling young men on a podcast to not focus on marriage and to go out there and bust a nut as much as possible. And I will never, ever, ever think that was okay. So there are a lot of young men that will take that in turn, that don't have a spiritual covering, that don't know Christ, that live a certain kind of lifestyle, and say, "Oh, Kevin's right." And see, that is my issue. That's not the man that I would want to associate myself with. That is what I'm trying to say. Now, there's nothing wrong with going out there having sex if you're married, but that is what I was brought up with. Now, did I make a mistake? Yes, I made mistakes. But thank God for his blood on the cross that died for my sins. and all of my sins that I did. And I continue every single day trying not to make the same mistakes. Period. And regardless, I believe Christ died on the cross for all of my sins, past, present, and future. I don't go out there just willy-nilly saying, "Oh, yeah, I'm saved, so it doesn't matter what I do." It does matter. But at the end of the day, no matter what I do, and this is just my belief, I'm not trying to push it on anyone else. I'm still saved by the blood of Jesus Christ. But I live my life because I want to, because the Apostle Paul says we should. And all these women who are being disrespected because they had a lifestyle where they had a child. Here's the thing. What about the men? It reminds me of the woman at the well. It reminds me of the woman at the well where she was out there, she was having sex.
One committed adultery.
Mm-hmm. She was caught, committing adultery. And we talked about this at the church that I belonged to. I actually moved from Connecticut to California to be a part of a church. That is the reason why I moved here. Only reason.
Well, you're a tri-state girl, tri-state woman.
Well, I don't know what that means. I'm not going to sit down here and act like
Didn't you say that you was from Connecticut?
Oh, I thought you said something else.
No, I said tri-state. In other words, I'm from New York.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. I thought you said something else. I'm sorry.
You're good.
So what I'm saying, and I kind of miss it because I miss my Jamaican food and my Dominican hair salons, and I ain't got it over here, but whatever. But my point is that I find it funny how she was ridiculed, but then Jesus turned around and told everyone else, "What about the man?" So it takes two to develop to develop a child and to commit this act. And I just want everybody to stop. And like you said, no, Vaughn said it. Vaughn said it yesterday. We should stop pointing the fingers. And correct me if I'm wrong, Vaughn. We should stop. And I'm looking at the chat. We should point the fingers at both genders. Both genders, not just one. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. All right. You said a whole lot. So let me go all the way back. Told you I listen. So if there's anything that I'm about to say, if I miss something, bring it back to me. Okay. Let's go all the way back. One thing that I think needs to be understood is that a person can read and study anything and discern and pick and choose who they are. And so when you preference a person that listens to Kevin Samuels and he made this statement, what I would ask you is, I need you to find me that video. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you my experience. This is not me defending. This is me being an intellectual. I found someone that told me that he said certain things, right? And the way that video was chopped up, it had the appearance he actually said it. Well, I went back and actually did the research and come to find out he didn't say that. It was edited that way. So I find that a lot of people listen to Kevin Samuels clips and never listen to a live program. So it can be taken totally out of context if you hear a clip. If you listen to somebody commentating on me, I am a manosphere black man. I hate the black woman. Can't stand the black woman. I'm always blaming the black woman. Oh, I heard the commentary. I'm the worst black man in America. Right? That's if you just heard the commentary. This person don't realize that I'm a black man married to a black woman, served in the military, raised black children, raised daughters. Daughters are married. My black daughter started a YouTube page, stopped doing it, came on her daddy platform, helped him get his started. And guess what? She's starting hers next month. But I'm this worst evil black man in America if you listen to a commentary. So that's why I say I'm not going to argue with you on what may have been said. I do want, just even if you don't clip it, just get the title of the video. Let me go research it myself. Let me hear the whole video.
And like I said, Uncle, us too.
Yeah.
I really, really wish I could find that video. I really do. But there's this thing called defamation, right? So if I know about defamation and I know about, the law, I wouldn't go on any kind of platform saying that if it wasn't true.
But Miss Holloway, let me be real genuine, and I really want you to hear me. I have been on YouTube, not always as a content creator. I've been on YouTube long enough, believe it or not, that maybe you understand defamation of character, but I got people who's been defaming people's names left and right. I got people saying that he is a homosexual and ain't showed me proof of it, nor has he claimed it. But guess what? They call them that. And if that's not defamation of character, what is? If you ain't got proof, that's defamation. They're defaming him. I got a defamation suit. If I wanted to, I can get somebody right now defaming my name, my character, what I stand for. But guess what? I don't need to do that because, like you say, let your light shine.
Right. But you asked for videos. You asked for videos. So there are a lot of YouTubers out there that actually do have full videos. For instance, T-Salt. She has
Stop right there. Stop right there. Does T-Salt okay, stop right there. I ask you, go back to T-Salt, right? I don't want to take it from T-Salt's content. I want the video that's on KevinSamuels' platform. Can you do me that favor? Okay. So I can address that issue. You know why?
That's where we're going to have to disagree. And here's the reason why we're going to disagree. And I don't mean to interrupt, but I really would have a disagreement with that because not every video he has ever posted is something that he would ever always keep up. So that's I'm sorry, but that's erroneous to say that because every single video he has ever created is not always put up. If you look at his channel right now, every video he's ever made is not always up. Period, point blank. And like I said, I said that I heard him say that on a podcast. I'm not saying any more than what I heard. And I also was very sure to say that I cannot find the video. I'm being honest with that. I'm being open and honest about that. I have tried to find the video. And again, every video that he's ever created is not going to be in this platform. So to say something like that, it to me, it just doesn't make any sense. There are videos that even Abba and Preach. I watched a video with Abba and Preach. They did a segment with TLA, and Abba and Preach didn't have it on their show anymore. They didn't have it on their program anymore. But we watched the video. So when you say those things, it's like, and I actually have some snippet of that show of Abba and Preach when TLA was on the show, but the video was taken down. So when you say that, it sounds like it's like negating the fact that the full video that T-Salt does have just is it just dismisses everything.
Have you I'm not trying to belittle your education. I just want to ask you a question. This is not for belittling. Have you ever been to college?
Yes.
Okay. And when your college professor tells you to write a paper and you have to cite your sources, right? Don't they tell you that it's best to have either first or second-hand source information?
But wouldn't T-Salt be a second-hand source?
No. First-hand source information is going to be him. You're telling me about this.
I didn't say firsthand.
Yeah, what I'm going to do, because I told you I got a team of people and I know that they heard it. So I need my team to go find this video. I need my team to find the video. So I can't comment on something I've never seen, and I can't comment on something I never heard, and I can't comment on a website because it's happened to me. This happened to me, and I ain't never condemned black women. It's happened to me.
I'm sorry that it happened to you. You don't
Right,
see
within 48 hours. So I want you to understand, if it happened to me, and I ain't never condemned a black woman.
But you are different. You're not him though. You're a different person. And I'm on your channel commending you for your attitude and your demeanor. You're not Kevin though. You're comparing yourself with another man and what happened to him and what was going on with you. And I apologize for what's happening to you.
No, what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is for me to properly comment on something. And I'm not calling you a liar, but understand that as I run a business. This is not just a hobby to me. This is my media business, which means I'm not the only one eating off of this platform. I have a team. I have to pay this team. So when I get money, they got to get paid. So the integrity of my platform is of the utmost. So if you get me that information from whatever source you have, just put it in the email. If it's from this lady, then I need that source.
Oh no, the video that I was talking about on my way when I was getting some Spanish food, that is not from her. I've already made it very clear that I cannot find the video, so it clearly wouldn't be from her if I said I can't find it. So when it comes to her videos, I am talking about what she points out in her videos. Brittany Ventini pointed out in her videos things. PBM Vegetables and Junk Food points out things in his videos. So I'm until you watch them, you can't be objective to something until you actually watch it. And no offense, but I'm hearing a lot of objections before even watching the video. And again, that to me doesn't make any sense, but it is what it is. Now, when it comes to you, again, sorry that that's happening to you. You seem like a level-headed brother. And I get that from the first time straight out the gate of talking to you. And I'm fairly sorry. And hopefully this will, shine some light on you. Like when Just Kaya was on the show, and we were just talking about that the other day, and she felt attacked. That's a video, but at the same time, Just Kaya, what was meant for her harm actually turned out to her good. And what I mean by that is that when Kevin did what he did to her, interrupting, putting words into her mouth, saying things that she never even said. I watched that video and I was taken back by, her commentary about the video. And I thought she spoke very well. I thought she was very intellectual. And I wish she had spoken that well when she was in the session with him. But it doesn't matter, because guess what? That commentary about that video is what got me to get to know her. And again, whatever was meant for her bad turned out for her good. Because if I can see that, then I'm sure other people have seen it with Just Kaya as well. So that is also another video. You're asking for videos, but that is also another video of, his demeanor, his overall aspect, and disrespect, and just so on and so forth. But again, I digress. I did not want to talk about him. I only started because I said I wanted to explain why I said about not dating someone who watches him, and that's pretty much it.
Okay. And I respect your views. I respect your thoughts. I respect your opinions. You know, like I said, my platform is to do the work. So I am honored. I want to thank you for coming on the platform and just expressing your views. You know, I don't always go back and forth with people. You know, that is not my style, my forte. You know, like I said, I got a big team, so my team is going to be on it. They're going to be on it. They're going to be on it. They going if they can find it, they're going to find it. Now, I do have the video, the full video of the Jess Kyler thing. So I saw it. I know it from front to back. I'm just not a reactionary video content creator. I'm an educator and I'm an international businessman. So I deal with people from China that's living in China. I deal with people that's living in Great Britain. I got people on my team from Canada. Got people that's in Mexico. Got people that's in West Africa. Got people that's all the way from California to the East Coast. So I just want to say thank you for at least giving me an opportunity, in spite of how you feel about anybody, to give me an opportunity. So all I'm going to say is, wherever you go on these YouTube streets, like I said, if you hear women say there's no good men, send them my way.
First of all, I don't believe that. I'm definitely not closed-minded. I'm definitely open-minded, and this right here is an example of that. Because if I was closed-minded, I wouldn't be on your show. I would just excommunicated you already. And I don't believe in doing that. I even gave TLA a chance, the lead attorney. Now this video is still up. TLA, I gave him a chance until he started talking out of his backside about the man who murdered his his ex-wife and his ex-girlfriend. He started blaming the victims and said that he blames the justice system, he blames the victims. And when he said that, even though he has an affiliation with Kevin Samuels, I said, you know what, we're done. And that video is still up on his channel. And that's 44 minutes into the conversation, I think.
Right. Can I ask you a question?
No problem.
I like to have an intellectual talk with you real quick. Because I just wanna see something. How, if you don't mind, now this is probably gonna sound like KS, but this ain't a KS thing. How old are you?
I am the unfortunate age of 40.
You're 40. Okay. Don't worry, I ain't gonna be asking you body and dress size.
Shouldn't be doing that anyway.
Let me ask you this question. What do you know about the 90s and the early 2000s?
Well, I'm 40, so I mean, what do you mean by that? That's a
Meaning what was going on sociologically in the 90s and in the early 2000s?
It's still an ambiguous question. I'm not understanding like what you
Okay. My question to you, and I'm going to use a personal example, and I just want to know how you respond. For over 10 years, I was the victim of domestic violence, raising daughters, and every time I cried out for help, the responses I got from the church, from social service, police department, is what did I do to cause her to physically hit me? How do you respond to that?
How do I respond to that? I think that's messed up. But I also respond to that saying this. There was more evidence that came out.
I'm not asking you about that case. I'm asking you between.
And he was talking about things.
I'm not asking you about that case. This is between you and I. My case. I'm having a conversation about me, not him, me. And I'm asking you, for 10 years, I was the victim of domestic violence. For 10 years, I couldn't get any help. How do you feel about that? What do you think about that? What could I have done?
First, but then again, this is my faith. The first thing you should do is pray and read your Bible. And then the next thing you should do is, if the church is not helping you, I'm reading this, but I'm sorry, I'm reading the comments at the same time, but I'm just trying to understand.
And the reason I'm asking you don't read the comments, because I am having a conversation with you, not a debate, just an intellectual conversation. I am a man with children in my home. I was being physically assaulted, financially abused, verbally abused, with children in a city, in a state where I had no family. And my question is, once again, what could I have done?
And I've already answered the first thing that you should do. That's the
What,
first thing you should.
is that what you would tell a woman?
Of course, that's what I tell myself. When everybody, listen, my faith is very grounded. So I don't know necessarily what you believe in, but I was taught that when no one is around, he's always there. So you can't. That's the thing. You can't always focus and depend on men. They always let you down. So you have to have that faith. You have to have the assurity within yourself, because men fail. So, but that's my answer, and that's just it can't. It's not going to change because no one else understands that. Um, so with that being said, that's the first thing. The second thing is that if you are in a situation where you are emotionally and physically abused or whatever, so on and so forth, there has to be a way to get out of it. Like I couldn't live in a house where a man was physically and emotionally abusing me, and I just stay here. I would, when he's gone, I would pack up my things and I would be gone. Even if I had to be homeless, even if I had to live on the street, because my sanity is more important than getting abused by anybody, verbally or physically. That is my answer. No one is called to be like that. No one is called to live like that. But that is my answer. Nobody in this chat, nobody else needs to agree with that. But again, if you don't agree, maybe it's because you don't have the same mindset in Christ as I do. I don't know. All I know is that I answered that I gave you the first answer, and then I gave you the second one.
Okay.
And that is it. And then also, there have been a lot of men out there that started recording what was going on, and saving it as a file. There have been women who went to the, I know someone personally who went to the police station to write, what is that called? Because I never had to do it. Restraining order. So they would go to the police station, write a restraining order, and then the police didn't listen. And then they would do it again, and then they would just do it again, and she eventually got killed. She eventually got murdered because they didn't listen. But you just have to do your due diligence to get out of that. You have to do
Let me
it.
ask you a question. You said I should do my due diligence. So if my due diligence was to call the police and I got locked up because I just and lose my children, is it worth it?
Okay, lose your children. Again, are you recording? Are you doing everything that you can to make sure that you have enough evidence against the other person? Are you just exactly just saying these things are happening? That's what I'm saying. I commend those brothers who are going out there actually having the truth. I'm sorry that they're going through that. I can't speak for everybody else.
So are you aware that a woman,
But this came
and
from what I was saying.
are you aware that women don't need photography, video? They can just go to the police station and just make a phone call. My wife can run out here right now, pick up the phone, and say I hit her, and I'm on live with you. And guess what? I go to jail. Are you aware of that?
So first,
Are you aware of that? Yes
first
or no?
I'm aware. I'm not just like out here and I'm just clueless. like I said, I went to college and I do have the education. So that's not the point. The point is that this conversation stemmed from what I said about TLA's comments about this man who was in the wrong, and then TLA ended up saying that it was the victim's fault, even though his children were in the car with him. If he had no rights to see his children, they wouldn't be in a car with him and other things would not have occurred. It came out later. It came out later that he was abusive. He did do certain kind of things. Listen, this is where the conversation stems from. Now, and then we started talking about vague situations of what if possibilities.
No, I was a real victim. It's on my platform with my daughter.
And you know that I don't know that, right?
Yeah.
Because this is my first time being here.
Yeah. No. I told you, I'm not into debates and all that other stuff.
I'm going to need people to watch TLA's video again. 44 minutes in that video. He did say that. Thank you. If it's still up. So like I said,
I need you to talk to me. Don't talk to the chat. Talk to me. Because when you start talking to the chat, then you're losing the conversation with me. And then you're going to feel like you're being attacked because you're talking to the chat.
I don't necessarily feel like I'm being attacked. I just think that it's asinine to actually say that someone didn't say something when the video is actually still up. Now I can talk about a video that's still up. And I also pointed out there is a 44-minute mark, I believe, where he does say that he blames the victims. He said he blames the exes. He didn't just say he blames the system. And I just wanted to point that out.
Okay. All right. Well, that's
to say that it didn't happen when you're not even looking it up. It makes absolutely no sense. And the same thing goes to what I was saying earlier. It is also asinine to say that none of the YouTube commentators that I mentioned don't have any kind of points because it's coming from a second source. You see, again, the first source has the ability to get rid of those videos. Now, I'm not saying that he got rid of every single video, but there are some things that have been removed, period, point blank.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be totally honest with you. Okay. I happen to have seen the whole live, and I happened to watch Omar Wali's Africa's video, and there were points that was totally and grossly missed. And I get it. I totally get it. And I'm not going to really go point for point and debate for debate because, like I said, I'm at a place and a level where I'm going to move the conversation forward.
No problem.
And
Thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. Ladies and gentlemen in my chat, what's going on? KP from KS, you leaving me? Don't leave. I'm dropping the stream. If anybody want to come up and have conversations, come on up. I dropped the stream. Y'all are more than welcome to come up. Yes, Gail, I saw the whole thing too. What's going on, sir?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool. No, I might have my headphones on, so I'll just.
Okay, I got you. So how you feeling, man? Welcome to Uncle Stu's neighborhood. Hey, you froze. KP from KC. Can you hear me? KP from KC, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Give me 1 second, Uncle.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. All
Sorry
right,
about
go
that.
ahead.
Yeah, no, oh, so I don't I'm trying to remember I was calling it because of all the difficulties. So, I appreciate you. I appreciate your show. I appreciate the things you talk about. It's funny. You remind me of my dad. My dad talks like you. My dad's from the same era, you know. Uh, I guess my question would be when I grew up, I had my so I grew up both my parents still married. So I grew up both my parents. My dad's a pastor. Not that it, I guess matters necessarily, but so I grew up in the church, right? So when I grew up, I had my dad, I had my uncles, I had male role models in the church. I had a bunch of male role models who you could say were other father figures, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess my question is, what do you think happened to those outside father figures? And it could be maybe I live in a bubble or something. I don't know. But I feel like there's not too many male father figures. And I even noticed, like, for me personally, I got two sons. I'm not necessarily trying to be anyone's male father figure, unless they want it. But when when I get approached by I've been approached by women before, right? I'm in the military, I'm in the Air Force. So I'm in a uniform, they'll see me, they'll talk to me, hey, can you talk to my son? Sure. Talk to their son about, about the Air Force. I keep it real, about joining, the military, what the case may be, right? And then I've noticed like how I would gravitate towards someone. Not that I would want to join, they don't gravitate the same way. And it's crazy. I've noticed that in the military, even with talking to younger black males, right? Not all, but some. But when I talk to younger white males, they gravitate. I've had more younger white males tell me, hey, Master Sergeant Thorne, like I got promoted because of you. I did this because of you. And I'm like I've been telling the younger black males, like, yo, this is all you gotta do. So it's like for me, I guess I don't know. Question got lost. I guess the question is, what do you think? What either do you think the role models are still there? One, and two, if they are still there, where do you think the disconnect is from our community being willing to seek their guidance and wisdom?
Okay, first of all, let me give you a salute. Thank you for your service.
Oh, no
I
problem. Thank you.
am, you're talking to an Army veteran, Persian Gulf. So
Thank you
I
for yours.
got you.
Appreciate it.
You asked a very heavy question in which there's so many different ways that can be
Okay.
answered,
Okay.
because I can give one perspective, we ain't signing going to give another perspective, and then trash can wait, and all three can be right at the same time. You
Right.
understand?
Right. Yeah.
So,
It's
so,
true.
so it's all three. I would tell you continue to study leadership material
Okay.
that the military teaches you, okay, and continue to communicate because not everybody comes from your background.
Right.
So
Right.
you might have to find that one person
Hmm.
that comes from a different background than you that might can connect and let them do the communicating instead of you. For
Okay.
example, I am somebody that has a mother and father.
Right.
I am somebody that grew up with a father. So I know what that looks like. I know
Right.
what it sounds like. And then I might communicate with someone that doesn't have that. But let's say I'm gonna use Trash Can Waves for the example. Trash Can Waves might can relate to me, but he grew up like we ain't signing. So we ain't
Okay.
signing. May can't relate to me, but he can relate to Trash Can Waves. So I'm going to communicate with Trash Can Waves, and as he's doing it, he'll get to We Ain't Signing.
Okay, that's smart. That's smart.
And you're still getting the message across. It's just a third party.
I got you.
Now,
No, that's smart.
to
That's a good idea.
talk about whether there's enough male role models, I'm going to take it from the military standpoint. You have to understand where the military recruits from. Military don't recruit from upper middle class families.
Yeah, true. I thought
They
them out.
really don't recruit from. Do you understand?
No, I understand. I thought them out when you think about it.
They recruit from poor white, poor black neighborhoods.
Right.
That's where they recruit from. So your average soldier, Marines, Air Force is coming out of that area.
I got you.
You never see them go to Beverly Hills 9010.
No, you're right. Yeah,
you don't
right.
see them going to, Silver Springs, Maryland, and getting a bunch of troops. You see them going to, I hate using this word, you see them going to the hood.
Yeah.
You see them going to the lower class schools.
Right.
Even officer candidate school, yes, you go to college, you can be an officer, but then when you look at where a lot of those kids come from, it's not really they come from the hood. Either they're coming from an already established military background, meaning they were kids raised up by military people or have the history of military people. You see what I'm saying? But you're really, how many officers came out of MIT?
I got you.
How many officers came out of Yale?
Yeah, I got you.
How many officers coming out of Columbia? You see what I'm saying?
No, yeah,
you're dealing already with that class. So it means the average soldier, male or female, 9 times out of 10 probably does come from a broken home. And the military gave them the structure, gives them the money, gives them really the father figure and the structure that they need so that they can not only be productive in a military setting, but they can also be counterproductive in a civilian setting as well. So it's a catch-22.
No, I appreciate it. I never thought about it that way. That becomes a thought. That's kind of deep. I appreciate that.
And I'm gonna let others that's on the panel maybe, because like I said, I think everybody can probably give you an answer that's coming from different sources and different angles, and they can all be right at the same time. So it's just to enhance your intelligence. You remember I said earlier, I don't always debate everybody.
Right. Yeah. I remember. Yeah.
You understand? If you got a perspective and a thought, I'm gonna let you speak it out. I'm gonna ask you some questions, and then it is what it is. And trust me, my phone gonna blow up later on. My team is gonna be all on this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
They need the support to get me through something else.
I get it.
But yeah, did I at least answer your question?
No, you did. No, you answered it well, so I appreciate it.
Okay, cool. KP from KC5, can you hear me?
He on mute.
Is he on mute?
Yeah.
Okay, you muted yourself. We ain't signing. Go for it, sir.
Give me like 2 minutes. Maybe Trash Can go first. I need like 2 minutes.
All right, cool. Trash Can Wave. Yo, man, we getting ready to cut up tonight, man. We
cutting
up.
Uncle Stu.
Did you come to save me, bro?
Oh, man. I just wanted to say a few things, man, because some misconceptions going on around here, I just want to say, we ain't all a part of a collective. We ain't all a part of a hive mind. There is no queen or king giving us marching orders. You go out here, you go out there, you do this. We have no figurehead, I respect my man, Uncle Stu. I respect Uncle Stu because Uncle Stu got his own mind. I look for people with their own mind. If I respect TLA. If TLA was talking exactly like Kevin Samuels, I would not listen to TLA because he don't have his own mind. But he has his own mind. I go to TLA, I check TL out. If Uncle Stu was talking exactly what TLA was saying, and he ain't have his own mind, I would not listen to Uncle Stu. But being that Uncle Stu has his own mind, I can respect this brother. I can listen to his viewpoint. Now that means I won't agree to all and every single one of his viewpoints, but I can relate to him and agree to a majority of his viewpoints. So it ain't gonna change my view of him if something comes up that we don't agree with. That's a part of being a man. Man ain't gonna agree on every single thing because you your own man. You know, that term, be your own man, have your own mind, stand on your own square. So I just wanted to say, we ain't a part of a collective. We ain't a part of a hive mind. I respect these gentlemen. I respect these men because they have their own minds and they have their own thought process. And we could get something from that thought process that you might not agree with at every point in time, but we can all get something from listening more and conversating more with each other. So we should shut each other out just because something come up. Oh, I don't agree on this single point here, and we cut each other out. We shouldn't be like that. As long as you can agree with them for the most part.
Trash Can Waves, I just want you to know, sir, because of the honor, I let you sit in between two multimillionaires, but I always got to check what we ain't signing to see if Perry unlikely got his card taken. Because Perry be slipping, boy. He be throwing us under the bus. He be throwing us under the bus, Trash Can Waves. So we got to check the card,
Take a vote.
Well, Uncle Stu, I just want to say this. I'm always on code, so whenever you ask me if Perry's welcome, I'm always going to say yes because I never break code. So
you don't break code. Okay, all right. Perry, don't break code tonight, Perry.
All right, I'm going to try to stay in line.
I hit him up in the back chat, but it's all good. It's all good. How you doing, Perry? I hope you're good.
Hey, doing good.
You're doing good. Go ahead, sir. Hey, Perry,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, I didn't know if we ain't signing wanted to go first.
No, you can go first. It's okay. You can go first.
All right. Well, so I just wanted to add. I know we mentioned, we've mentioned Kevin Samuels. So I think, and Trash Can Waves really kind of stole some of my thunder. He's right. I mean, it's not a monolith. We all have different ideas, and I think what enough people aren't doing is they're not thinking about it from a standpoint of, let's just take Kevin Samuels. Let's say you disagree with, a lot of what he says. As a man, I can tell you, I'm raising my own two boys, but when it comes to Kevin Samuels, and I have work ethic, so they'll learn from me, but there's not a person on this earth that should not want their kids to emulate his work ethic, period, regardless of how you feel about him. We have to start looking at certain things that we do see value in. And that's the thing. Do you not go to McDonald's because you don't like one thing on the menu? And then ultimately, you don't have to go to McDonald's if you don't want to. So there's a difference between me not going to McDonald's and being quiet and bashing it everywhere I go. Now, I'm not saying that was the intent of tonight or anything at all, but I just wanted to point out there's a lot of stuff that doesn't get mentioned, and I think we do have to always be fair about it. Even when Kevin Samuels says high-value men, they exercise their options. Well, I mean, I've heard Kevin Samuels say multiple times that he wasn't a cheater and he didn't cheat. No one ever talks about that. He's just simply saying, here's the way the game goes. So I do think we have to do a better job of just looking at it holistically and also understanding. And if you don't mind, Uncle Stu, I talked to Uncle Stu earlier today. We talked on the phone.
Go for it.
This is entertainment. There has to be that's why when you can put up, Kevin Samuels can put up a financial video and nobody will watch it. So there does have to be an element of entertainment, and that's what people have to remember. So some of the same stuff we're seeing in YouTube that people are upset about, they've been watching pieces of that on BET for years, loving it. What's the difference? All of a sudden, it's a problem. So I just wanted to point those couple of things out. But no, I'm sure there's things that everybody disagrees with. I don't agree with everything TLA says. I have a profound respect for him. I respect a lot of things about Kevin Samuels. I don't agree with everything he says, but ultimately, I take what I like, and what I don't like, it is what it is. And I also have to always understand their level of expertise and where they're coming from. The same as somebody might not like the crypto I like. Well, that's my expertise. So if you don't like it, that's fine. But I believe what I believe, and I'm gonna keep rocking. So that's all I wanted to say.
Understandable. We ain't signing.
Okay. Shout out to the panel, to the chat. So the thing I kind of I wanna go deeper, and I wanna kind of get men and women to understand this. Let me start with Mark. Let me start with the woman who started the feminist rights in the 60s. I can't remember her name at the moment. It slips me. But she told Time magazine that white women wanted the family dynamic that black women have.
Mm-hmm.
What is her name? What is her name?
I'm a cam off, and
Okay.
let me see if I can find, because it's a book that I have.
It's not Margaret Sanger. It's another one.
Yeah, I'm a cam off. Just skip
I'll
the
keep
name.
going. I'll keep going.
Yeah.
Okay. So she told Time magazine that white women feminist movement started in part because they wanted the same type of family dynamic as black women have. So both men and women have to understand this. Never before, when black women and black men are airing grievances about this, never before had they had to deal with this. We have to understand, one, that the black community is a matriarch. When a woman speak around a bunch of men, the men will become silent and focus the attention on what the woman is saying. When women were when back in the 90s, when women had children out of wedlock, black men were still willing and did still marry them and had stepfathers, right? The stepfather era from the 80s to about the beginning of the 2000s, late 90s to 2000s, right? On TV, you heard that the black woman was the backbone of the community. The black woman was the backbone of the church, and black men ain't shit. Rolanda, Ricky Lake, Oprah Winfrey, etc., right? Waiting to Excel, Color Purple, all the kind of TV shows painting black women as you know the backbone of the community and black men as bad actors. So now we're seeing the advent of social media and the advent of the black manosphere. And now when people are airing their grievances about it, the root of airing the grievance is that this is this normal of no longer venerating the black woman, both for men and women, because black men venerate the black woman and black women venerate the black woman. And so now we're coming to a place where now men are saying, you know what? No more. We're coming to a place where black men are now airing their grievances. We're coming to a place where, black men are saying, you know what? I'm putting me first. I'm putting my needs, my wants first, and I'm not uplifting anyone. I'm not pedestalizing anyone. And so when we're hearing these grievances about KS, it's not about KS. When we're hearing the grievances about the black manosphere, it's not about the black manosphere. It's about the shifting and losing of power. It's about the shifting and losing of power, because this is the new normal. We're not going back to that. All other races of women, when their men speak, the women quiet, even if the woman was talking first. Black women have never had to deal with that in the history of our community, in the history of our dynamics, whether in a family dynamics or in a social dynamics, right? Black men are now becoming like other groups of men, and it's hard for some black men, mostly harder for black men and women, to accept this, because we're moving away from a matriarchy now. right? And so this is the new normal. So when people are airing their grievances about this, we have to look to the root, right? There's no more songs about Black queens. There's no more songs about drinking your bath water. There's no more uplifting of that, right? Because Black men have done that. And for some of us, a large growing number of us, it's felt like you spit in our face for that. So now it's just about what's the best situation for me. And so we have to look at the root of that. And I'll close with that.
Excellent. Excellent.
And I just want to address one thing.
Sure.
And so, for example, so see, the privilege is this, right? So do you think a man should interrupt a woman when she's speaking? All other cultures will look at you like that's crazy. When I'm in China, right here, the woman could be the vice president of Ernst & Young, because I did a project with them. Soon as the men start talking, even the men below her, she quiets. This is standard operating procedure for all cultures, right? Because even when men speak, if a man is superior to me, then I'm talking, I'm going to be quiet. When Uncle Stu is talking, I'm going to be quiet because this is his space that he rules, that he's governing. Men understand authority and rank, right? Black women, the Black community, I don't want to single out anyone. The Black community never understood that. And now we're moving to that because we're having people being individualistic, SYSBM, Passport Bros, Generation Z, just like we're not even pro-Black at all, right? So this is the new normal, right? You had your time. So the thing about it is the grievance is not about Kevin Samuels. The grievance is not about Black Manosphere. The grievance is the privilege that you're losing. And that's that.
To your point on that, right? I'm sorry.
Talking?
Go ahead.
Is that KP?
I'll mute.
Oh no, KP. If you're talking, you go next. Go ahead,
That
sir.
was the God Will Spirit. That was God Will Spirit.
Oh, that was God Will Spirit. Hold on, God Will Spirit. KP,
Not a problem.
KP from KC 5. You're on next, sir.
Still on mute.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be because I don't have him muted back here.
Like I can't remember her name. Like it's really
Yeah, somebody's looking it up for me right now. That name escaped me too. They're looking it up for me right now.
I'm here, man. It's very interesting to see people play these kind of games when we start to deal with real issues that's going on. We ain't signing salute, man. Salute to everybody on the panel. But
salute to you, sir.
Major
First
issues.
Of all, let me just say thank you for coming on the panel. And because if I'm not mistaken, this is the first time you've been up here. Is that not correct?
Yeah, it's first time being up here. I've seen We Ain't Signing. We be always on the Rise Report and stuff like that together. But it's very interesting, man. I'm gonna go back. I'm about to play it. I'm about to play it down for you. I'm about to give y'all something. Okay. And this is what y'all see. Uncle Stu, you've seen this before. We Ain't Signing. You've seen this before. Many other brothers on the panels have. This is what the sisters do not discount. They discount the emotional support that they get from a husband or a man, right? And why I'm saying that is this. This past week, I had to bury my wife's grandma. Many of the women aren't married. So they got to go through this whole transition of this matriarch being gone in their family without nobody there. But they got kids, though, but no husbands. See, our women are looking at things from a very jaded perspective and not looking at whole picture points of view and what they receive by benefits of being under the leadership of men. So they're neglecting that fact. But I'm watching all these women in this family go through this whole thing, and they want to keep reaching in and leeching off the people that are whole or the people that are together that allow themselves to grieve and go through situations like this together rather than being alone. Because when you're alone, it's different, right? And when you see women emotional during a time when somebody dies, it's totally different than anything else that you see. And in a Black family, everybody has seen this. When people typically leave or something happens, then everybody want around the troops to do something. And then you have all these ideas and these feelings about what should happen rather than things being written down in a logical manner, which is what men would do.
Continue.
So what I'm seeing is that I'm getting calls today, Uncle Stu, about deeds that wasn't filed, about paperwork that wasn't filed before the deceased left. Why is all this goofy stuff happening? Because nobody's doing anything in decency and in order. It's all willy-nilly. It's all, everything's theory and all this old goofy stuff until something major happens. Everybody's living off of this other person, or everybody's have these other things going on in their lives where they're living off of grandma, but not recognizing the fact that grandpa is the one that allowed the house to have in the first place. But grandpa been gone so long, it's like he didn't exist in their mind. So I'm watching this for the past couple of weeks between Christmas and now, right? And I'm like, this is crazy. This is insane. Because we had these kind of conversations, and for some reason, all women feel like they want to go along. But if you're going to go along, there's going to be repercussions and consequences for the choices that you make. But remember that nobody owes you protection or anything like that, because I protect my wife and my daughters. I'm not going to protect no random people. That's not going to happen. And I'm going to leave it at there and just ask y'all, what do y'all think about
that? Hold on. Gloria Steinem is the name, y'all. I didn't want to talk while he was talking.
Gloria Steinem, Time Magazine interview. She said that.
I gotta get my people to go look it up so we can post that and whatnot. Kareem, you hiding from me, Kareem. Where you go? Yeah, Kareem, I'm dropping the stream. I need some women up here, Kareem. I need some women to come and speak. I only had 2 women. I need some women. That way it don't sound like, oh man, I'm putting Gloria Steinem back in there. My bad. I wonder nobody coming up on the panel.
Can I say something before?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get God Will Spirit. You was gonna say something.
Yeah, so everybody's making good points, and it got me thinking. So I've been thinking lately, right? I'm not sure how many people pay in general, right? Pay attention to the news, especially when it comes to the issues we have with Russia and China, right? And this rock with me on this, right? And you understand where I'm going with this. So sometime last year, I believe it was last year. I live in the DMV, Dumfries, Virginia, to be exact. But I don't know if y'all remember. I can't remember how much of the East Coast it affected, but there was a cyber attack, right? And then gas prices soared up, and then some other stuff happened. Some other things happened, right? And of course, everybody went crazy, right? So when you look at the effects of COVID, I'm sorry, I don't know if you can say that, but you look at the effects of the jab, right. and how you saw women out in the streets while the men and how they was reacting, right? Then you look at the effects of the cyber attack, and again, you got women now, again reacting, right? Because my thing is this: what's the word? When I guess let's just say when mass extremes happen, women, in my personal opinion, will start to revert back to who they are by nature, and men will revert back to who they are in nature, right? So males being the protectors, right, and providing, going out, right. Mm-hmm. My wife, she didn't have to go do nothing. I did all the grocery shopping. I hate grocery shopping, but I kept her and the kids at home, right? Mm-hmm. So anyway, you have both these events happening. You saw how women reacted, and you saw how males reacted. And I'm starting to think, going back to what I was talking about with the news on that's recent, right? Our military leaders, and this is no secret, but our military leaders are constantly telling Congress and the president right now, and I'm in IT and the Air Force, we are not ready for 2030, between 2030 and 2040. And they're trying to let the public know what 2030, 2040 means. So between those years to range. We're predicting the next war you could say on a scale of World War III or close to it, it's going to be a cyber war. It's going to be a war in sea by the Ace. It's going to be in the Pacific because of China. And so what I'm getting to is, I'm not going to make this political or anything like that.
Yeah, please don't, because this is monitored. So please don't talk about.
Cop. Okay, cop. Okay, so the point I'm making is this.
Let me say it this way. The only reason why I'm going to stop you, is not whether you're telling the facts or not.
Okay.
I need you to understand something. You're about
to get
right. You be shadow banned. Second.
Oh no, I understand.
Right. Second, you're in the military.
Right.
Hush your mouth.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And I don't mean to say that in a rude way, but
I don't take it personal.
Yeah. That's why it's got to get shut down. Remember, I told you I'm international. Believe it or not, I'm international. Okay. So you know, I gotta watch the international communication. Trash can waves.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, like, we got to get in the habit more of not talking about other people when they're not on the panel with us. I talk to people face to face. And a lot of times women be like, well, why don't you call this man out or call that man out or call this man out? What do I look like being a man myself, calling out another man on another man's thoughts? I don't move that way. So, like with the Kevin Samuels things, I agree with a lot of his talking points, but I don't really watch Kevin Samuels. The reason why I don't watch Kevin Samuels is because Kevin Samuels talk just like my grandfather talked. My grandfather already installed that talk into me, so I don't rewatch that talk. And it was another thing that came up in regards to interrupting women at the Congress or at the table or whatnot. If you sitting at that table, we're viewing you as an equal. So we talking among each other as equal.
Hold on one sec. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, you good.
Chicago Rilla. Hey, it would be appreciated if you cammed up. I know you probably missed some things, but I can quickly get you caught up just to get your thoughts, views, and opinions. So if you don't mind, if you got time, can you cam up? If you don't, I totally understand. I'm dropping the link. Okay, go ahead, Trash Can Waves. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you good. So a lot of times when we talking and women say, well, you're interrupting me, you're mansplaining this. Well, when I'm viewing you as an equal and you using those talking points and those tactics to come at me, then that puts you in a weaker position. That makes me more sympathize rather than respect your view. Now I'm just listening to you because you're a woman, and I'm not necessarily respecting your viewpoints. If it's a strong point, I will listen to you. But I think the man needs to take more of a leadership role because, as we said in this last pandemic era, we saw in all this different events happen. Who was the first ones that we seen out there? Was the women running the front lines, marching, doing everything else. Women taking it, but the man sat back. It took the backseat because it was some things that they knew wasn't right that was going on. But a lot of times women jump on things a lot quicker before they sit down there and stop and think, is this something I can agree with? Is this something I can go with? Is this something I can really support? But they quickly to support everything and they call it out. Where the man at? Where the man at? This I'm tired of women just calling man out to jump up, and we're not supposed to jump at every whim. Or whenever a woman say, we need more man leadership in this, we need more man. Maybe y'all should sit back. If the men are sitting back and they're not jumping up and support something, maybe the women shouldn't rush to the front lines all the time. That's all I.
Well, I want to put some scripture onto this. For it is written that man called one man, and they called him king, but then God called David. David had the power and time to kill Saul. But David didn't kill Saul because David said that was God's elect, regardless of Saul's acts and what Saul was trying to do. Therefore, David was protected even though he had the power, and he almost done it twice. So I think that we tend to misconstrue. So let us go back to the original scripture. God said in the very beginning that he is the judge and the authority. And until we put everything back in his hands, all of our judgments means nothing. It means nothing. See, I studied to show myself approved on the God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, to rightly divide the word of truth. We cannot pick and choose the scripture in order to fit our agenda. What happened to grace? What happened to so-called mercy? I pray for all those, because at the end of the day, only one shall be judged. One shall be judged. What did the book of Romans say? For we have all fallen short of the glory of God. And if we was to be judged according to the works we have done, all of us deserves death. Mm-hmm. How can I judge one man when I have done the same sins as another man? Nowhere in scripture did God say you could just divorce people. But we forget that part. Nowhere does it say sex before marriage, but we sometimes forget that part. Nowhere does it say that we have the right to judge. Discernment is different than judgment. I said in my speech, I can learn from the good and the bad, but I don't have to judge. I can learn.
Matthew 7:5.
Thank you, sir. I can learn. And I think what we do, and this is why our community cannot get beyond where it needs to get beyond, because we refuse to learn. Why? I said at the very beginning, I'm here to educate, and in part of educate is learning. It's learning. KP from K5, why do you think the way you think? I'm learning. Chicago Rilla said something, and it was so awesome. So let me give you a Chicago Rilla statement. There was a gentleman on Anton Daniels' platform, and you couldn't get him past a certain point in life. And Chicago Rilla said to this brother, he said, brother, one thing is you and I come from a certain sector of the Black community. Chicago Rilla, I'm working on that super chat. I'll throw the banner up. He said, you and I come from a certain community. And so certain platforms we can rock and roll in, but other platforms we can't rock and roll in. So on this platform, these brothers talking about crypto and this and that and da-da-da-da, speaking a whole different language. He said, but if you go to other platforms, yo, man, you're going to be able to be in that platform. You're going to be able to rock and roll and do what you need to do. And one of the things that I have noticed in this space is that we never sit down and learn why people do what they do and think the way they think. There's a difference between having a narrative and having an agenda. And I am not about the agenda. I said, Trash Can't Wait, let me tell you what I learned. Let me talk to you. I used to use that word Pookie and Ray Ray. I used to use it loosely. Pookie and Ray Ray, just like everybody else. Until I found out, Trash Can't Wait, that the very people that surround me came from them Pookie and Ray Ray backgrounds.
Come as you is.
How can I say I'm a man of God and then I crucify you of flesh because I don't like something you just said to me? I I'm gonna crucify you and judge you, trash can wait, because you wear a pink shirt and I don't like pink. So guess what? I don't like you. I'm a crucify Chicago Rilla and wash away all he may have done. Maybe he don't know any better, but I'm a crucify. I just got finished saying trash can waves.
Mm-hmm.
Very unlikely just got finished saying, and that point was missed.
Yeah.
We are not monolithic.
Right.
We are not monolithic.
Mm-hmm.
My question becomes, how did KS get 1 million followers?
Mm-hmm.
How is it if he's that evil? If he's that evil, why does everybody use his name and eat off of his name?
Ain't talking nice to me.
Right.
That's why.
What that word say? Have I become your enemy because I tell you the truth?
Mm-hmm.
I just, no one explains this to me. If you don't like a person, I get it. Unsubscribe. Don't listen. I get it. But my question is, we got to look at the study. How does he get 1 million people? How in the world did this thing called the manosphere even come about? Because if we was doing it right in the 90s, we wouldn't be here now. If the court systems was right in the 90s, we wouldn't be here now. If the church would have been preaching right, we wouldn't be here now. If what's that brother that ended up cheating?
Mm-hmm.
If he was right, we wouldn't be here now.
Too busy worrying about feelings.
I said I want solutions. I want solutions. What's the solution?
I think we're seeing the solution.
Okay.
I think we're seeing the solution. It's just not what everybody wants, but I think we're seeing the solution. Right? This is the response. This is the collective response of what's been happening for the last 100 years. Right? I mean, this is the response. And I think right now, like for example, people are saying accountability and things like that, but all of those words are just code words to try to put the genie back in a bottle. It's about control. Like, oh, are you guys going to hold this person accountable? Are you going to hold that person accountable? Those days are over, right?
Hey,
You know,
to
oh,
that,
we're all broken. We have to. I'm sorry.
no, I was going to say, while you're on that point, to that point,
Mhm.
Wayne Simon, what people forget is there's levels to this. Uncle Stu, how are you going to hold Kevin Samuels accountable? As much as
Right.
he's gotten his platform up to that level, you can't hold him accountable. Now Bob and Preach or somebody else on that level having the conversation because they have a platform somewhat of that size. That's a different conversation, but people aren't even being realistic about how you really can hold someone accountable. We're not even having true, honest conversations. I just want to point that out.
Right. And if I can say Matthew 7:5, how can I point out the splinter in my brother's eye and better assist him before I remove the plank out my own eye?
Exactly.
Right. So I mean, at the end of the day, we have to look at the game of chess and not look at the game of checkers, right? A lot of people in the Black community, both men and women, are uncomfortable the way the way the younger Black community is moving, right? I mean, the days of she's the backbone of our community and all, I mean, those days are over. It's just, I mean, everything has its time in the sun. The rain falls on the just and unjust alike. It's just now it's just the transferring to something else. And because if we look at YouTube in general, it's Generation X, it's older millennials, it's baby boomers, both on the men and women's side complaining. When you look at TikTok, because that's where the young folks are, The women are complaining about how black men in the 20s, 30s dating range, 18, let's say 18 to 35 is the dating range, for example. They're complaining how black men are no longer checking for them, and how everybody's just like, you know what, I'm not going to deal with that. They're quiet, they're not saying anything, they're just not checking. Do you have other brothers on YouTube that's not saying anything about bad about black women, just like, you know what, hey, come check out Thailand, let's go check out China, let's go check out this, let's go check out that, right? Living abroad, right? So, like, this is the new normal. And the solution, everybody keeps saying like, oh, we're talking about Kevin Samuels, things like that. The solution is to embrace it, because it's not going to change. It's not going to change, because for 50, 60 years, you had your shot, and pretty much a lot of black men, I'm not going to speak for any other black men, but there is a large growing number of black men that feels like, you know what? I don't want that. I don't want what the baby boomers went through. I don't want what Generation X went through. I don't want what the millennials went through. Hell, I'm Generation X, and I didn't want that, so I left. So I mean, and so because it's not about the people that are vocal on YouTube. It's the silent, growing number of people that just like, you know what, I'm not dealing with this. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to quietly move to the left. Right. And that's what you see. And that's where you can see that in the numbers. You can see, because before we were dating and cohabitating back in the 90s, right? We're dating, cohabitating in the 90s and 2000s. Now women are like legit alone. Like legit alone. Hookups, Netflix and chill. I go back to MySpace. You go to your space, I go to my space. Like, they're not even cohabitating anymore. Right? Like, women are legit alone. Depression medication. Now, this is not particular to black women. This is women in general in America. Depression medication up 150%. Right? Because I invest in pharmaceuticals when I found that out. Right? Buying of cats, Petco stock went through the roof, because people are legit living alone. And now, because we know family and economy are hand in hand. We had the extended family during the era of the farming, barter, and trade. We had the nuclear family during the mining and manufacturing age. Now you have the individual, no kids, no dates, virgins. 30% of black men are virgins or something like that, because now we're in a technology age, right? We're in a technology age where the market now no longer needs people, right? So now kids are living back home with their parents, and they're just not cohabitating, they're not dating, right? Because the marketplace no longer needs that. And again, we have to look at chess. We have to look at the external environment. And now that it's just gone. And the sooner we accept that, the better.
Let me ask you something. Would you, and this is for anybody in the panel, and again, I welcome anybody that's in the chat to come up. I welcome Luke Casey. Luke Casey got me on this book, so I gotta start reading this book. For y'all, Lord, I don't know how old everybody is, but would you equate this to, say, the shifting of the rebellion of, let's say, the 60s, when you really had rich conservative kids rebelling against their parents of the 50s? Then you had, the shifting Civil Rights Act was shifting, was another shift. Then I can even argue 1980s was a shift, even with the hip hop generation, because hip hop was really, I would say, my generation's internet. Would you equate all that with those various shifting ages? What say ye? Anybody on the panel?
Yeah, I would say.
Can go first, but let me just say this. I will say this: when we're looking at relationships, you have to look at two. Like, there's a great anthropologist. I don't know why I can't remember people's names today. He detailedly outlined how economics relate to relationships, because men are providers and women look for safety and stability. So industrial age was the nuclear family. Barter and trade was the extended family, grandparents, having kids and things like that. But the marketplace, the economy don't need that anymore. So that's the one point, right? The economy no longer needs nuclear families, right? Single parenting is fine, and the economy doesn't need any people in general because we have automation. So the less population is also fine because we have automation. So that's the one aspect. Then you have the social aspect, right? On how we treat each other with the social contract, right? And we see the shift between the feminist movement, and then women started to look at marriage and children as a sort of bondage, right? During the 60s. Then you had the free love, where it was having sex recklessly without consequences. And even Jordan Peterson talks about how the birth control pill also factored in to even how women started to look at and change their perception of the men that they wanted. Then we go into the what is it, like the women like slash R&B rap, where they talk about they don't want no scrubs, TLC, to the left with Beyonce. Then we see the change on how black women now openly started to disdain black men. So you always have those outside factors kind of dictating how we treat one another, right? And we cannot ignore that. So in a long way, I'm saying yes, it does affect it, right? How the music goes is how we effectively treated each other.
Yeah, they say art imitates exactly what's going on in the social environment. Hold up, I got jokes. Gail, I don't know why Chicago real are running. I need that Chicago real knowledge. You know, Chi-Town never run from the battle. Get them, Gail. Get Chicago, Gail.
Uncle Stu,
Go for it.
I wonder, have any of you guys on the panel ever stopped to think about who's mad? Let's focus on who is mad. And what I mean by that is, my wife is fully aware of Kevin Samuels. She doesn't agree with everything. But she's not upset about it. It doesn't bother her whatsoever. Now, why is that? Well, she's married to a black man, right? I mean, we're perfectly happy. So for those that are mad at him, I mean, it's one thing to disagree, but when it gets to the point where we're mad, it's something deeper. It's deeper. It is deeper than just disagreeing. And that's what I think. And I'm using, he's the example, but in the black manosphere space in general, I have to assume that women who are generally happy with their present situation shouldn't be that disappointed or have vitriol towards people on YouTube. It's not healthy.
I'm mad. I'm
Gary,
Gary.
let me definitely put my foot on that one. Brown Eyes is not don't really care for Kevin Samuels either. But you know what she says? With all boldness, wow, you open the door. You know what she said? I don't understand why all the women calling up there anyway. Whether you like him or not, like, why are they calling? He's going to ask the same questions. He's going to ask your age, body size, education. He's going to ask you if you know, how you rank yourself. I mean, she can repeat it verbatim. You know what I'm saying? But she don't sit up there and go, well, let's do about 20 reactionary videos against him. You know what I'm saying? You're right.
Right.
She don't pay a single bill. She's happy as heck.
Right.
Well, I'm mad, but it might not be for the same reasons, though.
Right.
I mean, I never thought about that. I really never, I introduced the platform, today with, aren't we being hypocritical? Like whether you love them, like them, whatever. I started the platform by simply saying, Harry, you got people who got 30K right now, 15K, 10K. all because they put at Kevin Samuels, whether you like him or not, at Kevin Samuels.
Yep.
That's it. And their
He's an
channel was
economy.
like, bam, through the roof. You see what I'm saying? If I put right now, okay, at the lead attorney, I probably get the second highest views on YouTube just because of his name. Whether I like him, hate him, people is eating off of this man's name. And my thing is, well, y'all gave him that much value and that much power, because I'm gonna tell you something. I didn't know who the man was until I ran into TikTok, and all I seen was this dude in a suit, and I think it was a cut up version of the Average at Best.
All women out there.
Right. So I didn't know who this dude was.
I think deep down inside they love Kevin Samuels. Deep down inside they love him. Even the people that complain about him, they love him. Because Perry is right. Why be mad? Because I mean, how many content creators out here talking about how dusty dudes are, black dudes are? Nobody here cares about it. Don't even mention them because we ain't dusty.
Let's go deeper than that, though. Let's
go here, though, guys.
Let's go deeper.
Go ahead, Trash Can.
The same women that talk about Kevin Samuels, a black man that's saying some things you don't, that's not so nice to you, but you need to hear. But those the same women who go out to support Love and Hip Hop. Those the same women that go out to support Married with Medicine, Real Housewives, the same shows that's denigrating black people, and they won't do that. They won't say about that.
I'll take it deeper. I put up on my community tab what Courtney Michelle did on her live. The validation behind Cynthia G is supposedly the reaction. So now they justify Cynthia G calling for the termination of men in the womb. But I don't hear this vitriol for her. No man, and it's been challenged, and I challenge it. Bring me the black male content creator that talks about termination of black women.
You don't hear it, and you're not gonna hear it. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, Uncle Stu. This is one thing that we learned a long time ago. Every man on this planet, if you was at school, you was walking home from school, and if anybody said anything about your mama, you damn near kill him.
Facts.
And at the end of the day, this is what's happening right now. At the end of the day, they basically saying to us as men, nigga, shut up.
Pretty much, yes, pretty much. That sums it up right there. Yeah,
that's
pretty much it. It's pretty simple.
That's an excellent point. Even mentioning Cynthia G, think about it. She's flat out radical. I mean, I don't even have any words for it. But you know what? When have we ever had a full discussion or a panel of men had a full discussion about her? It doesn't happen.
It doesn't.
But on the flip side, there's all kinds of panels about these men. That right there tells you there's a problem, and she's straight radical.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask this question.
Okay, can I add something really quick before you move on? I just want to say this, and Perry, Perry, this is beautiful because I agree with you 1,000%. Because on top of that, where's the accountability message there for Cynthia G? Okay, hey, are we going to be where's the accountability message there? That's what I want to say.
Spot on.
Let me ask y'all a question. I mean, what was all of y'all here at the very beginning of my monologue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I missed it.
But I don't.
I caught some of it.
Okay. Because I didn't even realize that I was going to be talking for a whole hour. One of the points that I made is this: do I have the right to run around and correct you all as men? How many? I know we ain't signing, ain't got a platform. Trash Can Wade, you got a platform. KP, do you have a platform?
Nah, man, nah. I just, I don't. I just join
Okay.
these panels, man, discuss these issues
No,
and
you're
see it
fine.
for
You're
what it
fine.
is.
I think here's my struggle. So let me give it to y'all. Let's see what we can do. My struggle is this. I have said that this panel, KP, I grew this panel from scratch. I grew this panel without using any other big name content creator's name. I've given this platform to women and gave up the panel. Got off the seat, none but women. I interview women. I've done the best I can, having the open dialogue, doing the education, every single thing else. But I've also said, why is it that if I like Perry Unlikely and Trash Can Waves don't like Perry Unlikely, all of a sudden, and I'm not talking about people that was here today, just in general, all of a sudden, if I like Perry Unlikely and Trash Can Wade didn't like Perry Unlikely because he bought the wrong crypto, I'm not allowed to like Perry Unlikely, although he didn't do nothing to me.
Exactly.
And I need to understand that. And I think that's where I struggle. You know, like what is, because then I'm thinking like the 5-year-old or that little person in school to say, well, if he your friend, we can't be my friend. And I'm like, where's the intellectual conversation? I thought the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Mm-hmm. So, Uncle Stu, you remember earlier what you said to me? As far as like, you was like, be quiet, like how you said it. I don't take that personal, right? But you have people that would take that personal. And so it's the same thing. Like they take it personal that one person is hanging out with another person or on their channel. And I don't get it.
I mean,
can we be honest?
Don't get it twisted. If KS showed up in my chat, you don't think I'm gonna have him on the panel? I mean, I'm not even going to be disingenuous. And there's certain things that it's going to be like, okay, how'd you do this? What is something that I need to learn? I mean, let's stop being disingenuous. A name brings up. Go ahead, we ain't signing.
Yeah, I want to say this because also I have to run, unfortunately. But thank you for letting me be on the chat again.
Okay.
But I just want to say this because I think KP from KC and Perry Unlikely is right. There's an echo.
There is.
Yeah, that's it with you.
It's same with me.
Yeah, let's all mute up while you talk.
Testing 1 2. Now it's gone. Yeah, I don't know. Now it's gone, but there was an echo. So I just want to say this, and then I'll go. I think what KP from KC said was right. You know, N-word, shut up. And the thing about it is this. Black men in the community, this is a quote from Dr. Tia-San Johnson, right? Tia-San Johnson and Dr. Ron O'Neill, both PhDs in the Black manosphere, right? Green Gorilla, Dr. Ron O'Neill, Tia-San Johnson, and Dr. Tommy Curry. All PhDs, all of them PhDs, right? And I listen to their content quite often. They talk about a thing called the ConcuServe, the role of a Black man and what he plays in the role of the Black community. And we see this constantly amongst Black women, right? And I implore everyone to take a observation eye or analytical eye the next time you see this interaction. Because what the role of a Black man is to provide excellent sex, great sex, and to be held liable. So when something is wrong in the community, then the Black man is all of a sudden the leader and he's so reliable and he's going to fix this. However, when things are running smoothly, the Black man is muted. So the next time you look at these intermingling panels where there's men and women, before you talk, just kind of observe how the women and some of the men are moving, right? And look at how they look at how they talk about leadership and you in a liability aspect, as opposed to leadership as this is where we're going, follow me type of aspect. Because they keep saying, oh, we need the men that hold other men accountable. You notice that? It's not, we need the men to hold the Black community accountable. Because if the men are truly the leader, it would be, we need the men to hold the Black community accountable. But you always hear this, we need the Black men to hold other Black men accountable. And Black men don't have a right to tell Black women what to do. Well, if we are the leaders and you're a part of the Black community, then the leader has the right to correct everyone in the group because they are the leader, right? You don't go to your job and say to the manager, oh, female manager, you can only correct the females. You don't have a right to say anything to the males that are under you, right? So next time, just take a look at that and just kind of see, because they say, oh, we appreciate Black men, we love Black men, but we don't hear any appreciation. We just hear when something's wrong, go fix it. Other than that, like what KP said, inward, shut up. And thank you guys.
Before you go, I want to respond to what you said if you got time.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay. When women come up, what they accuse us of being a part of, the manosphere. So, like I was bringing up with Uncle Stu at one time, it was one time where the guys used to go on camping trips together, used to meet together. You watch the Flintstones. They used to go put the hats on, and we gonna talk amongst men. So to me, the manosphere is a place for a man to talk with other men to become a better man. So no offense to the ladies, because we the welcome the ladies in, but you don't get the same say so when men are talking amongst men to say, all right, this is how you need to be a better man. No, I'm here to try. Right. You can bear witness to us becoming better man. Be here, bear witness, and see us along the way. But when we got to have a place where we can go to where man can speak to other men and become the better man. We don't go to the hair salon where y'all talking amongst women about becoming better women. We don't do that. We don't say, oh, you got to listen to my point right quick. We don't do that. We sit back and we let y'all talk, or we might say a word or two, and from the back while we sit down there waiting on our girl to get done, we might say a word or two, but we don't take over that conversation. So this is if you and the man, we in the spirit of being man here.
And to be fair, Trash Can Waves is right? To be honest, we as men should be more resolute and be a leader. When a woman comes up and says, we don't like this in the manosphere, if other men ain't saying it, then we should in and out, in one ear and out the other, because they do not get a say here. This space is not for them. This is not the Black community. This is the manosphere, the Black manosphere, right? If we as a community, for the most part, is cool on what is being said in the manosphere, then no woman has a right to come up here and say, oh, you need to hold this content creator accountable. No, just turn him off, right? Because this is not for you. We're not talking about how the Black community should move. We're talking about men's issue. And men have a right to explain and talk how they want to talk. Just like you got Lipstick Alley. You don't have one man over there on panels talking to women in Lipstick Alley, talking about you guys should be like this and hold them accountable. That does not exist, right? And we Black men should have the right to have a space to talk. And if something's wrong, then it's Black men who decide if this is acceptable or not acceptable. Trash Cans Rapes is absolutely right. And I think that's the way we need to move forward. If something is unacceptable in a Black manosphere, it needs to be addressed by the brethren, not the sisters.
Face to face.
And if the brethren says it's okay, then in this space, it's okay. Like Trump says, I'm not going to get fired for this. It's locker room talk, ladies.
Hey, I'm with you. I'm all right.
Not the locker room, ladies.
Very unlikely. I can see very unlikely. I got him back. I get to take
So, no, maybe put the hat out.
I'm going to go on that. I like dropping firebombs. So, ladies, at the end of the day, you don't get the right to tell us who to hold accountable. If by the collective of men we say it's okay and we don't see a problem with it, then it's not a problem. Then just stay out the locker room. If you come in the locker room, there will be locker room talk. Thank you. Vote for Trump.
Dude, it's something else, man. Hey, that dude is something
You know
else.
how he dropped the mic on us, right?
Yeah, he left out. Hey, I with him though. I with him though.
Uncle Stu.
Yes, sir.
So you asked for a solution and for these problems, right? I think one solution would be, and I'm sitting over here.
Give me the problem and then the solution. See, I have a lot of back talk. What I mean by back talk, meaning, I have men that's in my back channel.
Okay.
That I'm doing a lot of work with, and we're building. We when I say we're building, I mean I'm just humbled by these brothers. I'm talking about, finance on one side. I'm talking management on the other side. I'm talking teaching me how to take $1 and make $100 by next year.
I need to come talk to you.
Hey, I'm building big stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it's like you sit there and go, wow. I wouldn't be in this space if it wasn't for TLA. I wouldn't even be on YouTube if it wasn't for people yelling about the very man. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's many ways everybody came in this space. But at the same time, I get to do something big. You know what I'm saying? I get to, I'm retired. So what I do here is it's all out of my love.
Yeah, it's passion. I could tell it's passion, it's love. I could tell. And that's what I appreciate about you.
I might look, everybody laughs because everybody know the inside stuff. I'm a happily married man to a black woman. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes if you hear jokes where people be in the chat talking to a particular moderator, that's because they clowning on me through that one. You know what I'm saying? So, but at the same time, do I recognize some stuff? Do I recognize black men ain't got a voice? Absolutely. Do I recognize that if I took some of my personal life and put it in a female body, would she have gotten that same reaction?
Right.
Perry, I'm gonna let you know. Perry, this is an inside. Hold up, guys.
Okay. Fair enough.
This is an inside joke. Perry, we're gonna talk tomorrow. And I need the list of all the equipment you bought. Because Brown Eyes trying to call me out on stage. So
I'll give you that list.
Some extra money on some equipment.
Right.
But back to serious note. So my attitude is results and putting the results and putting things into action. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if you bring me a problem as a servant, my job is to take that problem, analyze it, and if I can't do it, I can say, hey, Perry, I was given this problem. What's an actionable thing we can do? Hey, Trash Can Waste, I was given this problem. Give me your answers to this actionable solution, this actionable problem. And then, if you want to say because I'm older than them two, is to do what? Take what they're both telling me, mix it together, and they both can be right, but speaking to two different dynamics of men.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And then put it into action. But at the same time, what good is it for me to fix 100% of the men and the women still broke?
True.
But they still won't listen. Brown Eyes happy as hell. I'm trying to have everyone to have a brother that pay all the bills. See, I pay all the bills.
Right. I do too.
You understand? But if you telling me ain't no good men, all of them is dusty, and then I keep showing you the good ones, but you keep making me want to call out somebody that said something you didn't like. I'm confused. I'm trying to show you the good one. Can we praise the good? Can I praise trash can? Nobody know who the real trash can Waves is. All they see is a bunch of albums and a headphone. Have no clue who he is. You understand what I'm saying?
I get it.
You know, Perry Unlikely most of the time is uncanned up. I know why he's behind the meme tonight, but they wouldn't even know who this man is. Half the brothers that I deal with, if you seen them on the street, you would think they was they just came out the hood. They just came from here. And have no clue of these people's background.
No, I can relate to that. I definitely can relate to that.
I would say, what's the use of a good message if it can't be delivered? So if I hear somebody who can't deliver their message and it's a good one, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna take parts of their message, and I'm gonna go over here take a part of another one message. I'm gonna package that good material up, and I'm gonna deliver it to you. And I'm FedEx. I'm gonna give it to you the way you need to receive it.
Yeah,
quick, fast, and a hurry.
We this is where we Track and Gray. We ain't nowhere close to this. I know I ain't at 6 feet. So, you know, so Brown Eyes, you messed up. You took a brother ain't 6 feet. I ain't got no six pack. So I ain't, you know, I'm working on the 6 figure part though. That's
two-thirds of that.
you know, I don't
grade
know.
Me on the curve.
Yeah, you know
grade me on the curve.
You know, but yeah, God will speed. That's really where I'm at. Like, hey, tell me the problem. What can we do to fix it?
No, I get it. Honestly, that's the military way, right? You know, they always say you got a problem, what's the solution, right? You don't go to the commander with a problem. Well, I have a solution, right? What is your solutions, right or wrong? They want to hear what you thought about, right? So, in terms of brain fart for a minute, sorry, but in terms of the court system, let's just keep it there, keep it simple. In terms of the court system, I think man are the solution. And what I mean by that is we saw man come out, however you feel politically or not, but we saw man come out, vote more. We saw black males come out, vote more, right? This last presidential election, right? And I'm sitting here listening to all y'all talk, and I'm thinking, you know, and that popped in my head. But then what also popped in my head was, I love documentaries, I love history, and I'm not going to necessarily try to spit facts. I'm just coming to go off what I've seen, because there's some things I'm gonna miss, right? Because it's history, right? But so for my personal opinion, I feel like throughout history, whether you look at the Malcolm X, Martin Luther King generation, you look at the Black Panthers generation, which is theoretically the same generation plus or minus a decade. Whether you look at past generations past them, you look at any major change, men are always at the front. And it's not to say women aren't by their side. It's not to say women aren't there being you know, giving them advice or things like that. But men are always at the forefront. And so we always say history repeats itself. I just think men have been quiet too long, and now men are at the point where we're back at the forefront. You know, we're kind of like, it's think of a quick story real quick, where one day I was at work and I let my airman, junior enlisted. I'm like, hey, they told me they didn't want to do something my way. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna step back. I'll try your way. I tried their way, you know, gave it a shot. It didn't work out. I came back and said, you know what? I tried your way. It didn't work out. They was like, well, no. I said, stop. Your way didn't work. You're doing it my way. I don't care you like it or not. You're doing it my way. And so I think that's where men are. We tried your work.
As a historian.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, as a historian. Yeah, I'm gonna teach you a new word, because this is the one that they teach you in biblical history.
Okay.
Biblical history says we don't repeat the past. Biblical history says we are forever moving towards the greater good, even when we can't see it.
Now you mean? No, I'm sorry. I'm not even trying to challenge you sincerely, but you mean exactly, or you mean like what do you mean by that?
When you look at history,
okay,
right? When you're living in the moment, it looks bad.
Okay.
But when you look back, there's advancement. So what are you really seeing? You're really seeing advancements. Even when you see empires fall, when you look at the internal politics of why they fell, that's where you see the era, but it's always moving to a new era. Like when you study European history and all of the wars, if you don't understand European history, you don't understand America.
Of course, right.
You understand?
No,
But
I'm
what was the wars about? It was leading towards something. You see what I'm saying? Germany rose because of something. Germany rose the second time because of something, but we was always leading. So you got to remember the Civil War, they probably thought America was over.
Right.
You understand? But it led to something. When everything happened in the 60s, they probably thought America was over, but it led to something.
Right.
You know, some things, Obsidian said this, and I think that was a wise word. There are some choices we make where there was unintended consequences.
True.
You see what I'm saying? Civil rights told us to integrate. But what did integration do? It was both good and bad.
Right.
If you hear people that's my father's age, they're going to tell you integration was bad.
Right.
Because it destroyed a lot of the Black economics. Right?
Right.
But it also opened up something nobody expected. Options.
Yeah, true.
Okay? So women was going into corporate America and they were starting to have options that they didn't have before. Now we're leading where Black men is having options, something they've never had before. And see, me who has traveled, when you see how you're treated, not just, and I ain't talking about travel to go get a woman.
I know what you mean.
You're being in the military.
Oh, I've been in Korea. I've been in Korea. I've been in England. I know what you mean. I've been everywhere.
And everybody ain't looking for a freaking green card.
Exactly. I know what you mean.
You ain't down by the river and finding some poor broke, you know. And Black women can receive that same treatment when they go overseas. It's like,
true.
Go over there, and you've been calling yourself a Black American, African American, Negro American. Then they go over there and they're like, "Nah, you American. Can we take a picture?"
Exactly.
American first.
American first.
Exactly. That's how they see you.
So when I come back here, I'm American first. And you know, Perry Unlikely and I was just talking. You know, to own your own business and to be a YouTuber, the sacrifices. I still can't be called a man today. My son passed away November 11th.
Sorry to hear that.
Yes, sir. And guess what? November 12th, I had to be up making content. I was not going to be doing any content that whole week. I was up making content. I was still putting out videos. I was still on people's platforms. But I'm not judged according to my work. I'm judged according to whether or not I'm condemning other male content. I want to be judged by me.
That's it.
It doesn't mean I'm the lone wolf, but I want to be judged by me.
I get it.
And I can't even be judged by me.
You your own brand.
Right. Your own boss.
I mean, we right back to the Crip blood, the gang stuff. If you ain't wearing a certain color, you done. If I'm not out here, you know what the young folks say, Trav, can't wait. If I ain't out here capping for everybody, it's like a losing battle sometimes.
I was gonna say, don't get me started. That's the government fault how we got that, but that's a whole nother story.
I'm like,
that's a rabbit hole.
Just don't bring that energy in here. And women, you welcome. Don't bring that energy in there. Is you gonna let him talk to me like that? Don't bring that over here. We ain't for that
I
right
can't
now.
wait. Gail already said, Brown Eyes settled. She settled. She settled. At least that's what the women say. Brown Eyes settled.
Y'all winning together.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You're a leader. You're a leader. You're a leader of man. You're a leader of your household, and that shows in everything you do, right? And that's what Huh? I'm sorry.
I said, don't get me on the pack stuff. Go ahead, though. I like that.
And I think what it is, women. I think what it is, women. I think what it is, regardless of woman girl with her dad in her household or not, right? You know what I'm saying? Because again, not everybody's meant to be a father. Not everybody's meant to be a husband. And so, regardless of that, they may not have ever seen it. And so, when you are talking the way you're talking, it's off-putting to them. And I get it. My wife didn't go over her dad. We've had some conversations. She had some trauma to deal with. She did something one day, and I won't say I yelled at her, but I had a certain tone. She ain't did it since. And it's because she saw how I switched up. And it was like, I'm trying to protect you. That's my job. You don't go and do what you just did after, you ask me for, you tell me you're concerned. I'm like, I'm trying to protect you. No, this is how I'm protecting you. I take, because she thought somebody, I got, ring cameras and stuff like that. She thought somebody might enter the house. They didn't. And at the end of the day, but the point is, she got home before I did. Went in the house. I said, you got 2 kids in the car. When I got on to her, when I was on the phone driving home, trying to like speed, make it home, she came back with like, look, you know what? I was wrong. Will never happen again type thing. I'm like, yeah, my job is to protect you. I was like, I ain't heard from the cops. What are you doing? I don't care how you feel. Right. And so she didn't take it any type of way necessarily. She had to sit back and think about it. And women aren't used to that. Because my wife in the beginning of my marriage, she like, stop trying to be my dad. I laughed. I'm like, in my head, like, your dad wasn't there. I'm like, I definitely ain't trying to be your dad. But at the same time, I'm like, that's not my job. I'm your husband, not your father. Mm-hmm. Your father was a different role. I'm your husband. My job and role is totally different. Like, don't, and it's like, don't confuse the two. And so when I hear you talk, I hear you preach, like I said, you're a leader among men, and you're teaching the women. They just have to get on board and understand that man, when it comes to the protection of their household, their family, my dad has this thing in I think they moved, they probably have in the house. They had it growing up. About to draw a blank. I think it said something to the effect of like, for me and my house, we would praise the Lord, something to that effect, right? Mm-hmm. Like I said, my dad said, regardless of being a pastor or not, he understood his house. If it fails, if it's a seed, it's on him. That's my same mindset. My marriage failed, my children failed. I got 2 sons. I got 2 black sons. If they don't make it, it's on me. I take that. I understand. People go straight away, right? But my parents also still in me. That when a child grows up, the whole thing about they don't depart from what you taught them. So I'm sorry, I'm about to go on the rant. But the point is, the point is, I see that in you, Uncle Stu. I appreciate you. I respect you. Don't let nobody get you. I know you're not, but don't let nobody get you off what Shangri-La say. Don't let nobody get you off your square. I rock with Shangri-La, rock with everybody out here, right? But I rock with a real man. Like, yo, keep preaching. Don't worry about these. Look, I'm not saying I know you're not, but don't worry about them. If they don't get the message, don't get the message. They'll get it eventually, right? What we said earlier. They eventually got Kevin Samuels' message because they keep subscribing. They ain't stopping, right? You can't. If you know the truth, you can't lie to yourself. It's that simple. You know the truth, you can't lie to yourself. So the truth is starting to slap people and hit people in the face. And that's the thing. I think that's why I said I think men are the solution. I think men stepping up, becoming man, being more manly, however you want to put it. I don't know the best way to put it, but men just stepping up and saying, you know what, this is my house, this is my kingdom. you gonna get on board or you're not. And if you get on board, then we're gonna be successful. Now, I was gonna say this too, though. Now, we talk about history, we talk about the advancement technology, things like that, right? And I always go back to people, and I talk about the industrial revolution, right? From a because from a technology between the industrial revolution and technology revolution, I'm changing the subject slightly. We talk about how older generations in both of those demographics, how they had to adjust and how they had to deal with the change of times. And I always say the only difference between the two is that technology revolution was more advanced, so older people suffered more, right? But if we go back and look at the industrial revolution, and again, don't quote me on this, either because I can't remember if it was before or during, the middle class was created. And right now, with technology, I feel like, so again, my personal opinion, I don't know the facts, I'm not looking at the so don't quote me. I feel like the middle class is getting smaller. Now, it might not be the middle class, it might be the lower class. So either way, something's getting smaller, in my opinion. Right. So what I'm thinking is, while I haven't looked this up. So someone said supposedly that they say come 25, 30, that women are making more than men on average. Let's just say that's true. My thing is this: if women are so-called hypergamous, and let's say that's true, women got two. At that point, women still got two options. They got either go with the so-called high-value man because they're naturally hypergamous and share a man theoretically, right? Or they gonna have to switch it up and date down, but then be submissive, more submissive at that. And so I just go ahead.
Yeah, I think sometimes and I'm going to get into this because, like I said, I do have men, all respectfully, that really do make that's up there in the six-figure category. Very unlikely. Let me ask you a question, and if you can't answer it now, we may not we may not we may have to do that as an exam.
Okay.
Not all men is making six figures.
Of course.
And I think we tend to throw this out a little bit too loosely. The term hypergamous, the term women and the rich. It's almost like if a man don't make a certain amount, he can't get a woman. And I think we tend to throw that out too much. But what you think, Perry? Unlikely. Do you think we kind of throw that out too much, or I get it, but do you think we throw that out too much and we just not explaining, like, a lot of men who is making those figures, they usually had their woman when they was making $20,000 a year and they built up to that. And then you got very few that was single men that was able to get up there without any help. I mean, what do you think? You tell me your views.
Can I say one quick thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, I promise you, it's real quick.
Okay.
I want to say the reason that women focus on that right now is because women, again, my opinion, women have way more debt.
I'm going to tell you why I'm arguing that point. I'm going to be honest with you. It wasn't until I came to YouTube that I heard about this six-figure stuff. I'm from New York.
Same for me. So
I'm like, well, where is this? But I did hear, I only had one person who actually said that's happening in their state. But that's not a question a woman asks in my state. So that's why I say might be something new, because I ain't out there. Perry, what say ye?
Yeah, I think it's thrown out there a lot just because, statistically speaking, I mean, when we're talking about $100,000, it's just it's still not like it's just the norm. It's not, I mean, a lot of people are making $100,000 a year, but it also goes into where you live and things like that. And you got to think about the circles people run in. So even for a woman to just demand that, real quickly, a brother's going to be like, I mean, well, what circle are you running in to be able to, demand that? I do think, I think there's a lot that is thrown out there. And I do think, to your point, I mean, just as far as some women, I think what we are doing also, I think we're putting a tag on something that I just don't believe to be 100% true. When it comes to money, I mean, if we're statistically saying women are making more money, and I do agree with the debt part, I definitely agree with that.
Right.
I just don't, I think there's a lot of it, like you said, too. I wasn't hearing this myself before YouTube. And now that you look into all these comment sections, there's no way, all the people that are upset and saying, this about six figures and that, there's no way that all these brothers are making that much. It's just not, just
Right.
statistically, it's not even possible. So even when we start to talk about a prenup, everyone should get a prenup.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on your circumstance. If my wife and I, trust me, if we left 50-50, we'd both be okay. Because when we both showed up, we were both doing well. So it's like everybody's situation is just different. And I do think that a lot is being added to that. And also, I do want to point out that the big misconception is, I mean, as far as in my opinion, when it comes to a woman, I mean, one thing men should be doing, I could care less how much you make.
Right.
If I'm looking for traditional, I could care less what you make. I want traditional. I don't care if you make $1 million a year. If you ain't traditional, you're not going to work for me. It's not going to work. That situation's not going to work for what I want. So it was important, right? I didn't force anybody into that. We both identified what we wanted. So that's that piece there too. There are, there's women obviously that make six figures and are traditional. It's out there. I just think we're all one way or all the other way. And that's just not the truth. Everybody's situation is different, And I also think about, like Uncle Stu, you pay all the bills. I think there's some dynamics where people, that's not what either of them are really accustomed to or what they know. So they, it's always tailored to what works for whoever. Now I will say, most women, if you say I'm gonna pay all the bills, 99% of them are gonna take it.
Right. But but at the same time, but look how long it took me to get there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it wasn't. I didn't have it at 20. You know what I'm saying? Right. But
absolutely,
I'm there, and then yes, now I'm taking some of my investment and trying to make it better. You know what I'm saying? So we could travel. I ain't trying to stay in America. We want to travel. We want to do things.
Absolutely.
So
let me just add this real fast about because this is so important for men. We always you always hear about the red pill rage. And only a man who's overcome that, not even the rage, but just that situation of being, I guess, feeling on the weaker side of things. And that's, you got to get yourself to a place where, the vision you have and what you're working on will not be compromised. And that's something for me, my vision and where I'm taking my family, I will not come off of that. I won't come off of it from my own mama, period. I know it's from God, and I'm not moving off of that. And whether my family agrees or not, now I have to look out for their needs, but I know what's best, and I have to make sure that I push forward to that. And obviously you do want someone to agree, but sometimes they're not going to agree. But if you know what your vision is and your purpose, well, that's what's going to be best for the family. And we got to get to that point where we're doing that. And I don't think we all are.
Hey, look, I like what JC just said. He said, according to YouTube, hey, JC, that's exactly what we scratching our head like. Whoa, this six-figure brother, because they surely running around like they done leveled up. Everybody into crypto these days.
Right.
Give me my prenup. But I'm flipping burgers at McDonald's.
Can I jump in, Uncle Stu?
Yeah, Perry Unlikely, when you get a chance, make sure you hit Tobias up.
Okay.
Just and I'll explain it to you in the back chat. He's now a member of my team.
Okay,
absolutely. He all the numbers and when it's time to travel, we out with him.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I will. I definitely will.
And before I get in trouble, Perry, bring your wife because I got to bring mine. You know, it can't be a boys' trip.
Yeah, I got you. We're gonna both show up.
Yeah. I don't want it where we got to go knock on trash can, where his door, and talk about we need a place to stay.
Hey, if you let your wives take that girl trip, you should be able to take that man trip.
Right.
Yes, sir. How you feeling?
Oh, life is good. I mean, things are amazing. I have no complaints. Yeah. So just jumping in, right? Heard Perry Unlikely speak, and I can only agree with him. Like echo that sentiment 100%. Right. You know what? When I was listening to BGS, probably a couple of months ago, and he brought up some census data, and I happened to look at that census data myself, and it'll tell you, right? The top 10% of Black men, brothers out there, right? Top 10% are making 95,000. So it's not even six figures, right? And it's but 7 million Black men from about just working age, so 18 to like 64, 65. So that top 10%. And if they're making 95,000, I just started, doing the math, doing the numbers. Right. So I'm like, okay, well, 10%, that's 700,000. Then if you take out the number of men that are already married, right? The number of men that are gay, that are making money also, that number dwindles even faster. So yeah, for all the women who say they're looking for brothers who are making that type of money, you're just not going to get one unless you want to share. Correct?
Right. Well,
yeah.
See,
so
the thing I don't mean to cut you off. The thing that makes me laugh is just like what JC the Conqueror said. It's like, okay, I gotta agree with Perry and Likely. If you go around to some of these chats, like, hold up, bro. All of y'all making this kind of money. All of y'all need a free. Y'all heard TLA say prenup one time, and all of a sudden, wait a minute now. Do you really know what a prenup is for? Do you, and do you really understand? See, I'm in the field of Perry and Likely. If Brown Eyes and I split up, there's enough equity to say, hey, here you go, here's your money, enjoy. I mean, I don't feel like I'm gonna be run through the mill. Now she ain't gonna let me go, so y'all probably, at my funeral, because she said death to his part, and she gonna definitely get the death part.
Yeah, you know what? I know there's a lot of brothers out there working towards that six figures, and I've been making it for a while, and it is rare when I meet other brothers that's really doing it. That's actually outside of tech, right? I work in tech, like I said, been in it for 10 years,
right?
And when depending on where you live, right, your cost of living, right, it's still going to be commensurate, right, or your salary is going to be commensurate with your salary. And if you're making 170 but you live in San Francisco, that's enough to get a 1-bedroom 1-bathroom apartment, right? Because you're gonna be spending about $3,300 a month on that rent. Now if you live outside of San Francisco, you have a lot more leeway, right? A lot more runway available to you. And I don't think a lot of people actually take that into consideration. They just think, they want to say, he makes this, and that's cool and all, but again, if your cost of living is, sky high and your salary is still out there, it's still going to equal, pretty much a middle class life. Right. And also with Perry, and like he said, hey, he's looking for, or he was looking for a more traditional woman. I know me, I'm a single man right now. I'm looking for a more traditional woman. Right? I just know that whether she wants to stay home, fluff the pillows and all that good stuff, or maybe, have a child, great. But I must have that. If, she's that modern woman who, wants to go out and do her thing, and hey, let her, I know, right? She isn't for me. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'll just bid her adieu and be on the way. Now, he mentioned also about red pill, or I'm going to do a video on it called Beyond the Red Pill, because I was red pill hardcore also, 2012, 13, 14, 15 for a number of years. Right. And it was an experience. But then, you should a man should grow. He should get better and understand that, hey,
Right.
you shouldn't want to be in this space in your life, forever. Yeah, you could be there and have fun, but then it gets boring. And you should be looking for right. You should be looking for greater challenges. You should be, looking for other men, right, that are doing greater things. Like, hey, yeah, the ladies are great and all, but making some more money and having an amazing life is an amazing thing. Also, just doing that, right, just that fun aspect of it, and being mad at women. It's not really going to get you very far. It's not going to, be very fruitful. Why would you want to waste that much energy, that much time, when our time, you all know, right, is the most valuable commodity that we have? Use it as wisely as you can. And when I speak to, cats who are, in the red pill community and are actually really, really young, they haven't gotten to the place where they can actually step away from it, right? They're still harboring, a lot of the experiences they had, possibly in their younger years with women, and they want to get back or kind of pay that pain forward. That therapy is something, but then if they don't want to do that, they probably won't go seek the therapy. I know, because I didn't at that time. I was still, hey, let me just go bananas. And
I'll tell you what's funny. The woman, I have a lady named Shalakemia coming on tomorrow, and she's going to give a powerful testimony. And one of the most powerful testimonies that I'm going to say it right here. When I was in my red pill rage moment, believe it or not, it was this woman that's coming right now, that's coming tomorrow, that got me out of it. Because she used to just do certain videos where she really just uplifted Black men, but her backstory is going to flip everybody out. So she's coming tomorrow, and I'm really hoping everybody show up to really hear this woman's story. But you're right. Okay. God will spirit. Make sure you get my email. If somebody can drop my email in the chat for
I don't know
me.
if you can hear me. Sorry, so I don't know if you can hear me right now. My phone started ringing and my AirPods connected to my phone.
Uncle Stu, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, so give me one. Okay.
Yeah, somebody's gonna drop my email in the chat, and then God will spirit, just give me an email and we could definitely talk about it.
Okay. Ironically, my email is going to say godwithspirit@gmail.com, but I got you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I cannot hear you. Somehow I should have put my phone in do not disturb. But just one more thing really quickly. Perry Unlikely mentioned is, he mentioned vision, right? The vision for his life, vision for his family. And I think a lot of men, right, just, whether you're Black, white, Hispanic, learning to communicate your vision, right, to, those around you, to your family, like your loved ones, because we don't just, take a vision and, keep it to ourselves. We actually communicate that vision. Whether, you look at any company founder, they have a team and they communicate that vision. Hey, like this is the goal, right? And this is where we are now. And this is how I see us getting there. We kind of like, define the strategy, but communicating the vision and making sure everyone actually understands it. And if you do have a family, you're telling your wife, you're telling your kids, right? You're telling others who will possibly support you, right? And achieving your goal, because again, the family is a team. And if we want to win successfully, we employ, the team, because they're all going to have, they're all going to play a role in getting us there. And, we congratulate them on the way. So yeah, Perry Unlikely, really, really like how, you presented that, and looking forward to catching up with you, in the back
Thank
channels.
you. Absolutely, man. Well, you're going to crush it, just because when you think that way, obviously before marriage, man, and I got friends I tell all the time, when you realize what you're going to accept and what you're looking for, and you won't move from that, that's how you get what you want. There's no such thing as settling when it comes to a wife. That's crazy, So no, absolutely, we'll definitely link up, definitely.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna tell a lot of, I think that's definitely content. I don't even think that's just worthy of a live stream. That's really just worthy of content that people can go back to. I think something that's really missed in a lot of this, I'm gonna use the word verbiage. I don't think men recognize how attractive that is to a woman. When you got your plan and your vision, and then you're working on it, you're gonna attract the right woman, and you're gonna know exactly the she's gonna just fit that vision. If you got a vision, you can't just go into something blind and think it's gonna work. So I totally,
Absolutely.
yeah,
I agree with you 100%.
yeah, I don't think, from what I'm seeing, I don't think a lot of men got that ideal of really understanding. We'll throw out the word "be on your purpose," but I think Tobias, you Perry, and y'all really smack it in home. Like, okay, does the average male really know how to communicate, B, understand the vision, and then they also, I think what's also missing in some of this conversation is we got to stop name calling each other, because everybody's marriage and relationship don't look the same, but they're functioning the same. You know what I'm saying? So like, what may work for you may not work for Perry, unlikely. What worked for Perry may not work for me, but we're all rocking the same way. We all still got a pivotal goal. We all trying to be men that's trying to move up. We're trying to, double our income. We're all trying to go one direction. It's just that we drive in different cars to get to the same place. And I think that's what's so missing in the conversation, because you'll say, well, I want this type of woman. Some men don't mind their woman going out to work. Some men don't want their woman. But then how old is the man? If you're 20, I'm gonna say, man, both of y'all go out there and work, put that income together. Don't go in with all that brokenness. Make it happen. For others, now if you done got your game up, your money up, and you still single, and you're in your 40s, then I can understand prenups and all this other stuff. Do you want kids? Because if you get to my age, most of us in our 50s ain't trying to have kids. If I was in my 40s with no children, we'd be looking at different things. So we gotta have a bigger conversation. But I think the nugget is definitely going to be, we need to figure out a way of teaching men our age, older, younger, how to write the vision, make it plain, so that whoever's in your house, your family, they know what you're trying to do, where you're trying to go.
Man, Uncle Stu, I'm glad you said that. So before I go into it, I was gonna say, damn, I keep having brain frost tonight. I'm sorry, I'm not used to this like YouTube stuff. Anyway, so at 18 years old, I kid you not, I wrote the vision. I made it plain. Literally, I put on Facebook what I want in a woman. I think it's called "What I Want in a Woman." I don't know. I have to go find it. It's still on Facebook to this day. It was in the whole Facebook note. Facebook had notes, but I promise you out there. And I wrote down "Live what I Want in a Woman," and so I went joined the military at 19, or after I turned or right when I turned 19, and I went to my first base, whatever. And I got with this female, and I promise, I kid you not, God told me, if you get with her, you sleep with her, whatever the case may be, it's not going to end well. And I was like, I guess, since God told me, I don't know, whatever. And kid you not, it almost ended my career within 6 months of me being in the military. And so, long story short, I let her go, things of that nature. I had my so-called whole phase. And I remember I went back and I read what I wrote. And it was crazy. I told my wife on the story. Like, I had a chick in my room at the time that was one of my friends with benefits. And I was like, I want something more. And she was like, I don't want nothing more. This is good enough. I was like, cool. My wife messaged me that same night, that same day, with the chick in my room. And I had my phone in my hand. And I talked to my soon-to-be wife, so to speak, right? And I was like, yo, let's meet up tomorrow, the next day. And we met up. And I remember I had this Chrysler Sebring, the old school one. I think it was Chrysler Sebring 200, 300, whatever. And I remember, like, after I met her, I left her house. I'm driving home. I got the sunroof open, the moonlight coming down. It might sound simple, I don't give a fuck. And God told me, that's your wife. And I'm like, okay. And ever since then, 8 months later, we got married, got engaged, got married. That's been my wife ever since. I've been married 13 years. So,
Well,
thank you.
just how old are you? God will
Oh,
spare.
I'm 33.
Okay, let me say this. This is
Go ahead,
where
wait,
I
wait.
throw. Yeah, this is where I throw my age out.
Yeah.
A lot of things, admittedly, is new to, let's say, my generation.
Okay.
I never, you know what I'm saying,
Yeah, I know what you're
and
saying.
it's something new. There's a
I know what
lot
you're
of
saying.
stuff that's new, and I think sometimes where, let's say, people my age and older struggle, and it's their struggle, but struggle is because things has changed, and there are lessons that men need today that really wasn't taught 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
So,
You see what I'm
sir,
saying? Just sit there
no,
and say, yeah, go ahead.
no, I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt. I was
Yeah,
saying, sir. I was just saying, sir. I understand, and also I'm calling sir because again, I was raised different, right? So I'm gonna call you sir until you tell me otherwise. We said we
right.
call still I call you, and I may call him still and everything. I know it's not disrespect,
I
but
mean, I understand the military, so you got it. You good.
it's not. But here's the thing: it's not even the military. It's how I was raised. It's how I was brought up. That's the
Good.
point, right? It's how my dad raised me. Granted, he was in the Air Force for 3, 4 years. It literally is how I was raised. You
Right.
know, I call my granddad Papa. Like I'm old school, like for real.
Right.
So it's just a respect factor, right? And that's how I raise my sons. But I sorry, off track, but back on track. So for me, like it's like I say, it's a thing of respect. But nonetheless, I when I met my wife and things of that nature, it was all about when I like I said, I wrote the vision, make it plain. I I wrote another thing about that I was not an ordinary man. Ordinary man. I was an extraordinary man. When I said extraordinary man does this, extraordinary man does that. And the thing is that I made sure that I lived. Not that I just wrote it, I lived up to it. And even to this day, I make sure I live up to it. And I'm not gonna. We all have shortcomings, right? And so, yeah, I was falling short of glory to God. But the thing is that I remember the vision I wrote, and I knew the wife I wanted, and I knew that how I was raised, I knew what I seen.
Mm-hmm.
I just know that everyone. I really feel like everyone can have it. I get it. Sometimes we choose wrong. Sometimes we choose out of lust and desire, and I get it. We're human. But I think if we just take a step back, we all can have it, But again, it was a male in my life that directed me, right? Like I keep saying, right? As I said earlier, I think it's the male's time. I said males are stepping up. I think, I think honestly, personally, I think what happened was that it's not about being a simp or not being a simp. I think what happened was males were like, even you could be a rich male, there's an alpha male, what the case may be, and you like that's not my problem. Fine, I respect that. I think what happened was males in general were just like, that's not my problem. That's not my situation. That's how I grew up. Because I have that sometimes, right? I'm a 33-year-old E7. I'm literally about to get promoted. Well, I'm about to be recommended. I was already recommended for promotion for EA. So I'm literally 33-year-old, about to be recommended for promotion to EA at 14 years in the Air Force. You already know in general, 14 years in Indian branch, that's fast for EA. And so, quote unquote, making six figures plus or minus tax, how you want to look at it. And yet, I'm married. I got 2 kids, and I live in a certain situation, whatever as it is. But yet, I just want to. I'm just okay with the bare minimum. And so, what I'm saying is, I think so many men who are above me, so to speak, economically at least, right? I think they distance themselves regardless of race. They distance themselves from their community, but let's just say focus on black men, they distance themselves from the community and saying like that's not my problem, it's my situation. But no, it is your problem, it's your situation. Because you didn't go back and teach. You didn't go back and educate. And that's why I keep saying for you, Uncle Stu, you are a leader among men. Because you were Uncle Stu, real talk, I know your situation. You know, I'm not in your situation, but I know from a military standpoint, right? You got your retirement. I ain't nothing because you're being obviously your business out there, but you got your retirement, you got your disability, you got, and I can keep going, right? You good. You don't need to. You good, right?
Right.
But you good. You good, right? They don't know, but you good, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, you good.
But see, let me.
Go ahead.
And then I'm gonna have Perry and Likely or Alpha Male to kind of answer to this.
I'm not sure.
There's a double language that you're speaking, and I'm talking about your latter part.
I get it. I understand.
Yeah, there's a double language because the double language says this.
Okay.
If I work hard to achieve the things I have and achieve, is it my obligation to take my hard work and go back to a community I fought to come out of?
Ooh.
Because that was what that's my interpretation.
So
You're
the
upset because
real talk.
you made it obligated for them. And to be totally honest, you're not obligated to anybody but you, your God, your family.
I agree.
That's not even in the Bible of work hard and then give your resources back to the people that don't want to do the work.
You preach.
Me, Perry Unlikely, and Tavai all talk about the work of YouTube. You don't recognize the work behind doing content creation.
You preach
You
it.
understand what I'm saying? And if I make it to a higher square, am I supposed to take all my hard work, whatever my economic resource, and now go to the boys on the block that doesn't want to do the work? Or do I put myself in the position to say, if you want to get what I have, then you got to put in the work to get what I got? You understand what I'm saying? We have to. This is where I go from black liberal mind to a more conservative mind.
Oh no, I'm conservative with you.
Right.
I don't know if it come out that way. I'm conservative with you. No, I understand 100% how you feel and which is I'm the same way. So one of the things I had with my wife when we first got married, I told her I was like, because her mom got 3 kids. Yeah, 3 kids, all by different baby daddies. Cool. I'm taking into account. I took a lot of things into account, right? As a man should. We married.
And I don't mean to cut you off.
No, fine.
I'm also gonna say this. You gotta recognize this is where compassion come in. You gotta recognize you're in the military.
Right.
I was in the military. People don't have that military discipline.
I get it.
You're in a safe space.
No, I understand exactly what you mean by that. I understand exactly.
So what I will say is I gotta teach men that's not in that safe space how to achieve. The other thing that you're able to do is exactly where I got Alpha Male right here with me to get men to do, and I got Perry Unlikely to get them the finances to do travel.
Well, and so that's why I feel like from my personal standpoint, I feel that's where you can help me out at eventually. Is because you understand the military standpoint. You understand I'm in a different space compared to other males, right? Because my income bracket is different. The multiple streams of income I receive, BH, BS, all that stuff, right? Some of it's tax free, some of it's not. You understand you understand my moves are different, right? So I understand what you can help me at because I don't get me wrong, I understand that I'm very fortunate and I can move very differently. I have a Um, I'll just say it. I have an over 400,000 house. It's not on purpose. It's because of where I just happen to live in Northern Virginia. I didn't want this house. My interest rate is about two, I think 2.8%. I know it's not more than that. Trust me, it is not what I wanted. And I moved further away. Granted, it could have been my house can be lower, less than 400,000. But I'm trying to get to work back and forth, traffic, all that good stuff, right? I understand the average person can't even live like this. Trust me, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, like I told you, I'm about to be E8 more or less than 14, 15 years in. So my desire, my drive is different than other people, but yet I still desire more. And that's why I feel like you can help me at in terms of bridging the gap. And that's why, and that's why I'm coming. That's definitely why I'm coming to you. Because I feel like you
What
can gap.
Because one of my financial management teams is on this panel. He's going to tell you to talk to me in the back channel.
Okay, respect. I get it.
Okay. You said you're in Northern Virginia. You still in the Navy? You at Norfolk or you in Portsmouth?
I'm in honestly, I'm in Dumfries, Virginia.
Okay. Gotcha. Alpha Male, what you got for me?
Yeah, on that one, right? Going going back to where you came from, right? To make sure the other young black men can at least see what's available to them. I'm kind of torn on that one, right? Because I come from that, right? I know exactly what it is. I remember, just from middle school, high school, there was other brothers, right, that I grew up with, and they didn't want to really, achieve more. They liked the allure of the gang lifestyle, even though some of them had their fathers in their life, right? Like dad was there, like every day. Mom and dad, they were married. Their parents were married, but they still chose to go a different direction. For those younger brothers who say right now, who do come from a single parent household, and they're just mom, for me to go back, right, and speak to these young men, yes, I can do that, but then that means I have to be there regularly, right? And with my lifestyle being that I just like to buy plane tickets whenever, right, and take off someplace,
right?
That does put right, because you have to be there. They have to be able to see you. You become a mentor, right? Just like we have you, Uncle Stu, online.
Right.
We got it, right? But being that there's a different level of maturity that we have, we don't have to be, in the same space, right, to actually have a conversation, to gain some insights, to get some learnings from you. Like, whoa, you know what? That was some great knowledge that I just picked up from Uncle Stu. Whereas these other young men, they're going to need your presence, right, to check them when they need to be checked, right, so they can hear the tone of your voice, to see your body language, and then it's also going to be, I guarantee you, it'll be a financial investment on this individual side when they return.
Right.
Then how do you even pick the young men, right? You really couldn't really set something up through the school district, because then now there's a whole bunch of red tape that you'll have to jump through with that, right? So it can be done, but then it's like I said, it's going to be tough. Now, like I said, I come from that, and I just knew I just had it in me. Like, okay, I'm going to do more. I was one of those brothers that was always told, Tobias ain't black, he can't dance, right? He's stiff, right? Right? Or why are you playing marbles? Or why do you want to learn to play the violin? Right? Or why are you playing video games? Why are you a karate master with all them trophies? Right.
Right.
So, or you hold on, this one. You talk white. Right, you hear those.
Harry, you can relate to that too, can't you?
Shay, sure can, man. I've been doing that my whole life, man.
Exactly,
my whole life, man.
Yeah, just because one has a strong command of the language, it's our mother tongue, it's our first language. We should speak the language properly. So like going back, as God will spirit, it's. Like I said, I'm like, I would like to. But then on the other hand, I'm like, well, that is a massive investment on my end. And I have a 16-year-old son. So I'm grooming him to be a strong black man. Right. Mm-hmm. And he's there, but he has his learnings. He has the lessons that I teach him. He has, I don't like to call them failures,
Right.
We call them learnings.
Right.
And yeah, he's growing, right? He knows who he is. He loves himself.
Right.
And it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So now that if you have a child, trying to invest into someone else's child, right? That's a tough one. But then even Obsidian mentioned that he was like, hey, if you do that, you're actually incentivizing, right? Or he claimed that you're incentivizing women to go ahead and do their thing. They'll have a child out of wedlock. That's their choice. But by not doing that, it sounded like you could discourage that behavior. And like I said, I just see it as all that time, let me feed it into my son. So he's going to university, right? In a couple, year and a half, he'll be done in high school, off to UC San Diego or wherever he wants to go. He doesn't have to worry about, how is this going to be paid for? I have to do that for him. If I take my time and provide that to another man's child, right, that takes away from him. I don't see that as right.
Right? I'm trying to think of a movie. I know who said it. Kwame Brown made that statement. He talked about mentoring. And he said he didn't realize until later on in his life how much his mentor took away from his own kids just to mentor him. So that's, yeah. What you got to say on the subject, Perry?
Yeah, I think, it's interesting. My approach really, because, my father wasn't around growing up, but I did have an uncle. He's actually a cousin by marriage that was older, was there for me as I got older. And then also there were men at my church that were around as well. But I've always taken the approach, honestly, man, it's like the bus stop. Even with like friends, because as you get into crypto, you try to pull people along with you.
Right.
I treat it like the bus stop. It's coming by, swinging the doors open.
Right.
You're not there, it's rolling. Because it's almost like a test. You can find out the people who want it, but the thing I cannot give people, I cannot give you the work ethic. I just can't do it. There's no way to put that in you once you get to a certain point. And obviously, I have my own two boys too, but they're very young at this age. But and obviously, I'll be pouring into them. I am already, but that's the way I've treated it. But I actually do feel, when I say obligation, I don't know if that may be overstating it. But put it this way, I do feel pain. And I look at these videos a lot. I look at Chicago, and I know there's problems everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But I look at these Chicago videos a lot, and it's crazy because I forget the name of the channel, but you can look and you can see, these guys are in these gang wars. And what's crazy, some of these videos are old, but by the time I've watched it, I'm like, by this guy's activities, I'm able to say, oh, he's dead already. No way a guy who's done this much carnage is even alive anymore. And every single time, 17 years old, 20 years old. And that pains me. So though I can't connect with them like that, I do want to find the right method to try younger. Because, see, that's the key to me is I feel like I can do more of the direction when I get to the right place at a younger age.
Right.
Because let's face it, once they get into those teens, then you're really like, am I going to fool with someone else's children who's acting a straight fool? So it's about getting to them younger and really trying to help them. But even with that, I think there's some challenges. So honestly, the way I see it, man, I see it as something I have to try to do through my church. And I was in this program called Big Brothers and Big Sisters.
Yeah,
I thought about something like that. So I do feel an obligation to a degree to try to help. And even if it's one or two children, if I can have that impact on their life, I think it's extremely important, because I do remember those few people who did for me, but to put that on people like it's their job. No, I disagree with that, because we have to look at the You know, we have to. These are consequences of the choices we make.
Absolutely, and you know that's really what I'm trying to build, both in the front and the back channel. Is to build enough strong men at the top to reach the 20-year-olds that's running around here on YouTube, to kind of give them truth over their fictional stories and characterizations. And then, you know, offline, you know, is connecting with in the school system, but because now I have internet access, is being able to show them men like yourself in front of them that they can see online. You know, just like everybody's, just like you got certain educators educating people in China. You know, my attitude is, well, I'll show you all the great men right here on the platform, just to, you know what I'm saying, to have
Right.
the lectures, to show them other options. Because sometimes if you don't know there's other options, then
Right.
you're lost. You see what I'm saying? Like, here's an option. Here are these here's some stuff you could do, and you don't need a 4-year degree and make good money. You know,
Yep.
you could go get this trade and make great money and have a beautiful life. So, you know, to me, it's about the options that I feel kids don't see. They don't know they have options, so they only take the fastest option to make the fastest money without recognizing, you know, take that brain power and go get this. I used to always make the scenario, what would have happened to the drug dealers of the 80s if they would have been the same type of drug dealers but had the right product? Where would we be economically as a community?
Yeah. So you're absolutely right. And, you know, it's crazy because just thinking about, even when I think about how, you know, my road to where I'm at now, man, it's hard, man. I mean, it's just been years of grinding. But one thing that when I look back, my friends, they say, man, we have no doubt you were going to get there, because it's just how I've always been.
Right.
I was the one working while everybody was out having fun when I was like 16 and 15, you know,
Right.
so it's just, but still, where did that come from? You know, as much as we give single mothers a bad rap, it came from my mother. She always worked, worked
right,
extremely hard and put it and instilled that in us. That's where it came from.
But see, at the same time, you know, we got to open up. We got to have various conversations. I think we're, you know, in I've always argued we have to think in the gray, not as the black, not as the white, because the gray is what allows us to rise above, you know, the all left or all right conversation. So there's layers to that thing, and I think people need to understand what layer are you on, and then you move according to that layer. You know what I'm saying? So it's easy to say, okay, if you're on this layer, then this is the only way you're going to move. No, there's layers to those conversations. You know, we got to get in and find out, well, why is this mother single? You know, why is she really a single parent? What, you know what I'm saying, and I think too many times we do an all or nothing approach and everything get tobaccoed.
Yeah, I agree.
You know?
There's nuances to it.
Exactly. Absolutely. See, that's why I try to hear everybody's story, you know, and be like, okay, that's a layer. All right, how do you deal with this layer versus this layer? And then how do you explain this layer versus that layer? You know, so it's interesting. But what I'm gonna do?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I got 4 hours, so I'm gonna end the stream, and then, like I said, man, y'all come to hear this woman tomorrow. You know, she got a awesome backstory. And like I tell anybody, this is the woman that got me out of Red Pill. You know, this is the woman that got me out. You know, now, heck, I'll get ready to interview her. And she was doing YouTube long before I was.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check it out.
All right. Sounds good. God will spare it. Did you get my email? My email address?
I got it. I'll see once you in the live stream, and I'll send the email.
Okay, sounds good. Got the hey Perry.
Yeah.
You know, we got multi-billionaire Tack Williams in the house. You know, you and I, we ain't got to his level yet. You know,
Right.
he owns a quarter of Manhattan, you know,
Right.
chilling out Chicago, you know, can't tell him nothing, you know, but he that low key brother, you know what I mean?
Right. We gotta work up to that level.
Yeah, we gotta work up to that level, you know. All right, y'all. Hey, I really appreciate y'all rocking with me. This was awesome, man. This was awesome.
Absolutely.
This
Hey,
is
salute to
Uncle
you.
Stu, the old
Salute,
man on the
sir.
block. Like, comment, share, and definitely subscribe. Emancipate your mind. Peace.